member of this panel. Ms. Masetti, may you kindly greet the attendees?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to you. Good morning to the members of the Energy Regulator and to the members of the public that have joined this public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last member is Mr. Willie Majola, who is a member of the Energy Regulator and a member of this panel. Mr. Majola, do you want to convey your greetings?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the members of the regulator, as well as the team within NESA, and also good morning to all the members of the public. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, panel members. I think we will start by first indicating the fact that this hearing was duly advertised in the Government Gazette, in Brett's Post, in Network 24, Izindaba, Ekurhuleni News, Business Day, NESA website, and NESA social media platforms. And this hearing is held in accordance with the Energy Regulator Act, and affected parties are given an opportunity to submit their views and present relevant facts and evidence to the Energy Regulator. The hearing is governed by the NESA rules on public hearings, which can be summarized as follows. First, all parties will be required to make their presentation under oath. Secondly, presenters have been allocated 10 minutes and 10 minutes each, and 10 minutes have been provided to the panel members to ask questions. Only members of the panel may ask questions to the presenters. However, any member of the public may submit their question via email to publichearings@nesa.org.za, and the panel member will decide on how to deal with those questions. And lastly, should the presenters wish to present information they consider confidential, the panel will make a ruling on whether to close the hearing or have the information submitted in writing. The recording of this hearing, which is recorded by microphones, will be the official record of this hearing. In terms of House rules for this particular hearing, we are requesting that everyone switch off their cell phones or put them on to silent, and they must mute when not presenting, and also to switch off videos at all times unless requested to switch it on. In terms of the program for today, we have 8 requests to make presentation, and we will start with Mr. James Mutaung from Madibeng Local Municipality. Mr. Mutaung, are you present on this platform? If you are, may you activate your video, please, so that I can administer the oath before you start with your presentation. Mr. Mutaung?
Morning, Chairperson. I'm here.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask the secretary for the hearing to assist me to move to the next presenter. Okay, thank you. But the name indicates the Lucas.
Yes, I'm connected to his laptop. He's got the presentation on his laptop, but I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Mutaung, I will then, as I said, have to administer the oath before you start with the presentation. May you please raise your right hand and affirm the following. Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do, sir. Yes,
Pardon?
I do. Yes,
Okay,
I do.
thank you. Okay, and for the record, may you please state your name, organization, and your designation.
My name is James Mutaung, and I work for Madibeng Local Municipality as a budget manager.
Okay, thank you very much. You may then proceed with your presentation, and please note the fact that you've got 10 minutes to do so. Over to you, Ntate Mtaung. You may switch off your camera and also do the same.
All right. I just want to check. Can you see my presentation, Chair?
Yes, we can see it. If you can try and put it in a presentation mode, that will be appreciated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and representative of NERSA. All protocol observed. We thank you for this opportunity as the Madibeng municipality to present our 24-25 electricity tariff application. We appreciate the seriousness of this process and the responsibility placed upon the municipality to justify its tariff application in a transparent, credible, and compliant manner. Our purpose is to present a clear and honest picture of the municipality's electricity function, the financial realities we face, and also the corrective measures already underway, and the necessity of the tariff adjustment to ensure the sustainability of electricity supply in a long-term service delivery. The presentation is supported by the cost of study, audited financial statements, electricity bill records, Eskom, and City of Tshwane bulk purchases. Chairperson, the key measure from this presentation is straightforward. Municipality is not requesting approval of inefficiency. We are requesting approval of a structured recovery path based on the verified cost of supply principles. This includes full disclosure of bulk electricity purchases from both Eskom and City of Tshwane, a qualified audited financial statement, and also the deficit that we have in the electricity function, electricity billing reports, and electricity trial balance. Those are the items that we've used to calculate our tariff. We acknowledge the current challenges, particularly high electricity losses and historical data weaknesses, but we are presenting a credible plan to correct this issue and restore financial sustainability. Our cost of supply confirms that the municipality's revenue requirements for the 24-25 financial year exceeds 863.2 million. However, under the current tariff structure, only 67.8 cost reflecting reactivity is being achieved. This means the municipality is materially under recovering the true cost of providing electricity services. The cost of supply study further confirms that to achieve full cost reflectivity, a tariff increase of approximately 47.5 would be required. However, the municipality is not proposing the full 47.5 immediately. Instead, we are proposing a phased and responsible recovery approach to balance affordability and financial sustainability. The municipality procures electricity from two bulk suppliers. It's Eskom and also City of Tshwane. The primary supplier is Eskom through three major points of delivery, which is Brett's Industries, Brett's Municipal, and Letlhabile Town. In addition to Eskom, the municipality also procure electricity to City of Tshwane through the Broadestrom supply area, which serves border and lower density supply zones. All bulk purchases are fully disclosed in our cost of study and included in this revised reapplication. Chairperson, we combined Eskom and Tshwane purchases. The true cost of electricity becomes very clear for the 24-25 financial year. Eskom bulk purchases approximately is 736.6 million. City of Tshwane purchases total approximately 162.5 million. This gives a total bulk electricity purchase cost approximately of 899.2 millions. Excuse me, can you, I just said billions there, but it's millions. And all this cost excludes infrastructure deterioration, network maintenance, pressures, and financing costs associated with overdue Eskom balances that they charge us. This is a real cost environment in which the municipality must operate in. And the tariff that does not recognize this base are not sustainable. Against this cost base, the municipality total electricity revenue exclude VAT is approximately 665 million. Conventional billing. The conventional billing contributes approximately 550.9 million. Prepaid electricity contributes approximately 114 million. This means revenue is significantly below the actual cost of supply. This is the central financial problem within the electricity function. The municipality is buying electricity at a level far above what it is recovering through billing and collections. And this gap derives a financial instability in the municipality. The energy balance shows that the municipality purchased approximately 434.4 gigawatts hours of electricity. The total billed energy is approximately 267.9 gigawatts hours. This results in confirmed minimum loss of 38.3%. Historically, the actual loss position has been around 42%. We acknowledge that it's significantly above the acceptable norm of 12% allowed by NERSA. However, the important point is that these losses are now fully disclosed, identified, and quantified. One of the most important findings of cost of supply study is that prepaid customers are currently under recovered. At the same time, industrial, commercial, and agricultural customers are over recovering. This means those customers are effectively subsidizing prepaid customers. This cross subsidization is not sustainable in a long term. Hence, the municipality has established an operation called Operation Pachela, which deals with meter audit, replacement of faulty meters, illegal connection, and also credit control. We have since realized that use of service providers in terms of implementing credit control and all these services does not do justice for the municipality. Hence, we are using our own officials in a way of trying to implement credit control. Also, the municipality has set aside currently in this current financial year, because of these prepaid issues that we are facing, we have set aside around 40 million towards purchasing and installing smart meters in all townships to ensure that we cover this loss that we are receiving from the prepaid meters. It's something that we are doing ongoing. The municipality is gradually moving towards a tariff structure where customer categories pay more closely in proportion to actual cost of service. The municipality is proposing an immediate tariff adjustment which vary across customers as part of the phased approach, as we have said before. We are not proposing the full cost of reflective increase in 1 year because affordability remains a major concern. In the medium term, we are introducing tariff reform measures including time of use, tariff for large customers, stronger fixed and service charges, prepaid expansions, and improved customer category alignment. The objective is to move progressively towards full cost of reflective while protecting the vulnerable household and maintaining system stability. This is a responsible, balanced approach that we want to implement. The municipality has adopted a formal target to reduce losses to 12%, which NERSA is allowable in terms of NERSA. We want to reduce this costs to 12% over 3 to 7 years, financial years. This can be assisted by NERSA approving tariff that municipality is asking for currently. This will be achieved through prepaid convention, illegal connection removal, tampering and audits, feeder mapping, smart meter rollout, and meter replacement, and tighter controls over municipal own use electricity. Then this will help us to reduce our percentage to 12% as our losses to 12%. NERSA, therefore, we respectively request approval of the tariff reapplication. This approval is necessary to ensure electricity supply stability, ESCOM payments sustainability, implementation of loss reduction program over time, restoration of financial sustainability, and long-term moderation of tariff pressure. Municipality is not asking the regulator to approve inefficiency, as we said before. We are asking the regulator to approve a recovery path that protects the public interest and secures the electricity function of the municipality for future going forward. And lastly, Chair, in closing, the Chairperson, it is a request to approve. The municipality request that this be approved, and it is a request to approve sustainability, and this is a request to approve improved regulatory compliance, and most importantly, it's a request to protect service continuity for the people of Madibeng. We acknowledge the challenges, and we have quantified them. We have provided the evidence, and we are willing to provide further evidence if required. We respectfully request that stakeholders support and regulatory support and approval of this tariff. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Members. Do you have any questions in relation to the presentation done on Madibeng? By show of hands, if you have any. Yes, Mr. Mkhize, you may come in.
Thank you. May you please just, thanks to the presenter, if I may just be assisted, what do you mean by stronger fixed charges? And what steps have you taken to deal with efficiencies? You keep saying that you are not asking for inefficiencies, but there's no demonstration of efficiency improvements on your side. And lastly, do you understand this reapplication to be using the information that we would have known by that time, or to be using the information that we currently have now, which is better? It's no longer maybe estimates, but real figures, actual figures. If you can just help with the clarification for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Ms. Maseti.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to Mr. Mutaung for the presentation. I just need to be clarified on just some few things here. Firstly, I just want to understand what do you mean by the statement that says that NERSA is requested to approve the recovery path. What is that recovery path? What is it? How is it determined? What is the recovery path? How is that recovery path determined? Are you referring to this 47.5% that you say should be the increase that should be phased in? So that is the first thing that I would like to understand. Then the second thing I would like to understand is that there was information that was before the energy regulator from April, May, and June 2024, when we considered the tariff application from Madibeng. I just want to understand the set of information that is before us, how different it is from that information that was before the regulator, which the regulator relied on in making its decision. So I think it is important for purposes of the correction that you have stated in your presentation, that such distinction be drawn, and the discrepancies that arose be pointed out, so that we are all clear then what is it that you really want the energy regulator to determine here, given the set of information that was before us at the time in June 2024 when we took the decision, and the information that you now bring to the energy regulator to say, let us take a decision, and that decision must make sure that it corrects what needs to be corrected. I would like you to please, at least in this hearing, clarify that for the benefit of us all, as this is a public platform. And then the other thing that I would like to understand is that in terms of the Electricity Regulation Act, the NERSA mandate is very clear. We allow the cost that are efficiently and prudently incurred. Now, we would like you to also assist us, because you listed a lot of things that are within the control of the municipality and costs that are within the control of the municipality. And the energy losses are very high. And there's also technical losses. Which cost then, and I think my colleague has touched a bit on this, which costs do you consider to be efficiently incurred so that we can do our independent verification on those costs, and which ones are prudently incurred? If you could assist us with those two tests, the efficiency test that we need to apply, as well as the prudency test that we need to apply on some of these costs, especially with the high energy losses. The other question I believe that it is relevant here is the audited figures, whether the information that is before us is based on audited financials of the municipality, for the year 2024-2025. I think for us that is important because that is the relevant financial year that we need to consider for purposes of this redetermination. If that information, audited information, is not before us, which we'll then use for our verification, I think that will then be a challenge because we need to see that. Then the last thing from my side is on reconciliation. Having looked at what NERSA allowed the municipality in June 2024 for the tariff, what the municipality needs to recover, and what the municipality is seeking for NERSA now. If you can kindly also provide us with that reconciliation, if you can beam it, if you have it, so that you are able to then show to us how you substantiate the application that is before us on redetermination. Based on that reconciliation, that will take into account what we allowed and what you recovered based on that, and also based on the audited financials, that will make sure that we are able to do the verification of costs that should be allowed on top of, or not on top of, but the cost that will consider as audited cost or data, cost data, including us making a determination of whether or not these costs are considered to be efficient or prudent. That is all from my side, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Masetti. I don't see any other hand, but from my side, I just have 2 points of clarity. In one of them relates to the high energy losses, and I've noted in your presentation that you're saying the municipality will be able to address them over a period of 3 to 7 years. And I just wanted to find out from you as to whether, do you believe this period that you have set for yourselves or you're proposing is reasonable, considering the fact that you really do need to eliminate high energy losses, which have an impact on your revenue? And if your revenue is not really improving, you may have challenges in meeting your other liabilities. And the last question from my side is that you have indicated as well that, yes, there is an issue with the Eskom bulk account in terms of the debt that you're owing Eskom. And I just wanted to check if you have any agreement or a repayment plan that you have entered into with Eskom, such that you really manage the payment of that particular account. And I think that's all from me. I think you can respond to the questions that members have posed. Over to you, Ndakembang.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of the questions that were raised, I would like to say the information that we've now brought, because there was a question that asked if what is the difference between the information that we presented before and the one that we are presenting now. And in the year when we were applying in the first time for the 24-25, we were using a similar, almost same information, but this one is audited. At the time we were preparing using unaudited figures. Now they are audited. So whatever information we have, we're using audited financial statements. I think there was another question also asking regarding the whether the financial statements are audited or not. We also respond to that the information that we use for the 24-25 is from the audited financial statements. The question regarding fixed charges, we're saying in the future we want to introduce higher fixed charges so that we can be able to reduce on energy charge. And also the recovery, the reconciliation in terms of the recovery, it's something that we can do. If I got the question properly, is to say the reconciliation between what the tariff that we requested in 2024 and the reapplication, if the difference between the two, if I got it well. It's something that I do not have with me now, but I think it's something that can be done easily, and then we will be able to respond and to see what's the difference between what we requested, what we were approved, and the reapplication. The question in terms of losses, if 3 to 7 years is reasonable. 3 to 7 years is a minimum because of the way our energy losses are high. It will take us some time to reduce. In terms of the challenges that we have, we still are dealing with the cost of supplying this service. For an example, there was a question asking about if the cost that we are spending, is it prudent? Is it prudent cost? We are working on trying to deal with the cost, because we realize that our contracted services, we're still trying to reduce on that. Because it was very high, and we realized that it's increasing every year. The municipality is now introducing benchmark services for all our contracted services providers, where we then have to benchmark prices to say, in terms of the market, this price is this much, and then we will only accept a markup of this much. We are trying to reduce the contracted services in terms of electricity. We realize that it's growing high, and it's not assisting us in terms of reducing the losses. Eskom, yes, we do not have currently a payment arrangement. We are still in talks with Eskom in terms of doing a proper payment arrangement with them. And then, that's how far we are regarding the Eskom payment arrangement. I'm not sure if Chair have answered all questions.
There was a question on whether the period to address the high energy losses was reasonable or not. Yeah, we're saying it's those years. It's minimum. It's the minimum years that we believe we can be able to reduce. But like I said, our losses are very high, and it will take some time for us to be able to get there. But at least 3 to 7 years we would have reduced it to 12%. Okay, panel members, is there a question that have been missed? If there is, please do assist in repeating it for Mr. Mdaung. Ms. Maseti?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I know that some of the questions were not adequately answered to, so I didn't really get the gist, but they can supplement the responses and submit to us in the next 7 days, because I honestly did not get some of the responses, not only on the issue of reconciliation, but just a quick one, Chair. Is this municipality expecting NERSA to approve the ESCOM's interest, that that interest to be included in the cost of providing the electricity service to its customers or residents of the municipality? Should they be paying for the interest that is imposed by ESCOM? Do they expect us to consider that as part of the cost? That's the first thing. And for how long, actually? Is it gonna be something that is in perpetuity for as long as they have for as long as they owe ESCOM? Is that what they expect? So I really would like to get an understanding of that. Then with the collection rate, Chair, I think that is important, because when I look at the sales, it seems, and also because of these high energy losses, which could, if they were addressed by the municipality taking measures, surely it will improve their financial sustainability and their financial status. So what I'm trying to understand here is the collection rate, and seeing that they seem to be only recovering from the sales, that from the purchases that they make, they seem to only be being able to recover approximately sort of 60% of what they actually purchase and sell out. So is that correct? Is that the correct observation from my side? I just want to confirm that. But if they can also include the collection rate as well as that issue of the interest, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Masiti, do you want Mr. Mtaung to respond? Mr. Mtaung, if you can briefly on the points that are raised by Ms. Masiti now, so that we can wrap up on your presentation. Over to you, sir.
Chairperson, in terms of interest, I think this is not included in the calculation in terms of cost of study. It's not there. We are not expecting you to approve that. And also, in terms of the collection rate, we are trying to address that by installing smart meters. And then it's currently, like I said, the municipality has set aside for this financial year, in this coming 2 months, we are already in operation. We would want to start that installation of smart meters. But in the coming year, we want to go on a full-on tender that will now go all over the whole municipality in terms of installing smart meters, because we are trying to deal with collection rate issues. We have also introduced Operation Padela, which it's an operation that we've started now in the townships. We did start in the township. We had a promo of buying meters. We retracted, and we are going back. When we buy these meters now, in the next coming month, then we will go back to the township to reinstall the meters. But now we want to install smart meters, because we're installing split meters, and we realize that does not help us. We're also buying kiosk, lockable kiosk. We went to city of Ekurhuleni to go and see what kind of a kiosk they use, because it looks like they are much more stronger. We are trying to implement that now in our location, so that we keep illegal connection. So we are trying to address the collection to improve. And we agree, yes, the losses is very high.
Okay, Ntate Mtaung, just to wrap up, I think you have indicated that there is some information that you would like to submit to the regulator, and you've got 7 days to do that. And in doing that, I think you need to cover some of the issues that have been raised by members and which were not covered in your oral presentation, and some of them are the meaning, or what is the meaning of NERSA to approve the recovery plan, the reconciliation that has been highlighted, and I think the point that was also raised now by Ms. Mercedes that the collection rate is only 60%. You were asked to confirm that, but you did not. So if you can confirm that in your write-up. And also what was touched on was the issue of interest, but I believe you've responded to that one. So please, you do have 7 days to submit your additional information. Members, anything else that I've left up that should be highlighted in the written submission to be submitted by Madibeng? Anything else? If there is none, I don't see any hand from the members. On that note, I would like to thank you, Mr. Mutawu, for your presentation. We will then move on to
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. We'll then move on to the next presenter, and in terms of the program, it is Msunduzi Association of Ratepayers and Civics, and the presentation will be done by Kantha Naidu. Over to you, Ms. Naidu, so that we can start with the process of administering the oath before we start your presentation.
Morning, Chair. Thank you very much.
Do you want to switch your camera? Okay.
Okay, sorry, I'm a bit delayed.
Okay, I hope, yes. In terms of our process, we have to administer an oath
Yes.
before you start your presentation. Do you have any objection to that?
No.
Okay, then may you kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to give this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. For the record, can you state the name of your organization and your name, the name of your organization, and as well as your designation in that organization? Thank
Sure.
you.
My name is Kantha Naidu, and I'm the Vice Chairperson of MARC, which stands for the Msunduzi Association of Residents, Ratepayers and Civics.
Okay. We will now take up your presentation. You've got 10 minutes to present, and I'll also allow the panel members to ask questions.
Sure. Chair, would you be flighting my presentation, or do I need to share my screen?
Did you send it to us?
Yes, I think it's sent to Lilani.
Okay, but if you do have it, you can flight it yourself. Thanks.
I'll switch my camera off, and if you can give me just a few minutes to do that.
All right, that's
fine. Thank you, Chair. Chair, if you could guide me if you are able to see my screen.
Yes, I am. Let me just get confirmation from my panel members as well. Panel members, can you see the presentation? I believe, yes, they can. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think at the outset, it would be most appropriate if I thank NERSA for the opportunity given to MARC to do this presentation. So I thank you very much. Chair, our presentation would have these 4 points: the executive summary, a background, and some recommendations in our closing. The purpose of this submission to NERSA is to recommend a downward adjustment for the redetermination of the Msunduzi municipality's electricity tariffs for the 2024-2025 financial year. And as I said, with decreased rates, on the grounds that such increases are unjustified, unsustainable, and detrimental to both business and residential ratepayers. The background to this, Chair, is that the 2024-2025 Msunduzi municipality electricity tariff increases are unjustified, unsustainable, and they violate the constitutional principles of fairness. These increases impose undue hardship on both business and residential ratepayers, exacerbated by persistent failures in infrastructure, frequent power outages, rampant electricity theft, and escalating operational costs and losses. The lack of meaningful public participation and poor governance in the approval process further undermines the legality of these tariffs, whereby the municipality failed to present objections arising from the public participation to council for proper consideration and approval, disregarding the need for transparent and inclusive decision-making. The absence of genuine public participation and engagement and persistent governance shortcomings further calls into question the legality of these tariffs. One must acknowledge the compounding effects of rising diesel prices, the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, and us in KZN, particularly the episodes of the July 2021 civil unrest in Pietermaritzburg, which saw the burning down and looting of local businesses, including the rising cost of living and escalating labor costs. Collectively, these threaten the sustainability and competitiveness of local business, and ultimately it is destabilizing the economy and contravening the constitutional mandate to ensure equitable treatment for all stakeholders. These factors collectively, Chair, erode the stability of the local economy and is undermining the constitutional mandate to guarantee equitable treatment for all of us as stakeholders in Pietermaritzburg. The current situation, which of course everyone is aware, the judicial ruling on the tariff approvals, the High Court ruling and the decisions invalidated Msunduzi's 2024-2025 electricity tariffs, citing the lack of a legitimate, transparent cost of supply study and insufficient public participation. The court ordered that any new application must include proper documentation and be subject to public review. Tariff approval criteria. The court stressed that tariffs must accurately reflect the cost of an efficient operator. I stress this, an efficient operator, and should not be adjusted to cover inefficiencies or failures in governance. Cost of supply studies must be accessible to the public, and NERSA is required to verify that tariffs are legal and not excessive. Lack of transparency. The Msunduzi municipality did not release the cost of study reports for 2024-2025, 2025-2026, and the 2026 and 2027 for public input, violating court instructions and neglecting ratepayer feedback during the tariff approval process. Due to a divided supply arrangement in Msunduzi, some wards receive electricity from Eskom, while others are serviced by the municipality. This, Chair, has resulted in many wards not being billed for the overall consumption of other municipal services, which has led to revenue losses and inequitable billing, placing the burden on a small number of wards in Msunduzi to sustain the entire municipality. The continued lack of political and administrative will to remedy this situation will forever result in Msunduzi being in a revenue deficit with escalating consumption of services and expenditure. Chair, I won't read everything verbatim, but I will refer to certain points that I think are significant to mention. The current situation. During the National Treasury's Financial Recovery Plan assessment, which was conducted at Msunduzi Municipality last year in December, it was formally declared that Msunduzi Municipality's finances had deteriorated and that the Msunduzi leadership and management were in denial about the financial situation. These concerns, Chair, and let me go to the next slide. These concerns are further aggravated by the imposition of exorbitant and unaffordable winter electricity tariffs and the inclusion of VAT on municipal service charges, and the application of demand charges or MCB charges, as us in Msunduzi know it as, which in certain instances, Chair, exceed actual consumption charges, rendering municipal services increasingly unaffordable for paying ratepayers. It being noted that the demand MCB charges are not applied towards getting electricity supplied directly from Eskom. Chair, just yesterday, and I thought I should mention it because it's appropriate right now, just yesterday on Mark's Facebook page, we had a member, Mr. Alec Murray, who wrote to us yesterday, Freedom Day. Good day, I quote him. I am sure that all of PMB have the same issue that I have with our municipality and our electricity account. My actual electricity usage for this month, 482 Rand and 68 cents. My MCB charge for this month, 739 Rand, 68 cents. We should not still be paying for this MCB. Surely there is someone or group to rescue PNB citizens from this blatant theft. We appeal, Chair, to this panel to review this particular MCB charge. We had even suggested that to make municipal services affordable, electricity supply should be extended to all wards in Msunduzi. We submitted a template to the Msunduzi municipality, which is found on our slide 16 to 18. I'll go to it further down just now. But Chair, I make mention of this, that this template was designed by Mark and submitted to the municipal manager, the CFO, the mayor, and the speaker to submit to council for deliberation. This was sent through to them last year. And yet this too has fallen on deaf ears. It's a working tool, Chair, that will see the revenue coming in and the consumption, and it is aimed for council to make legal and informed decisions. But still, it was not taken heed to. Despite the Msunduzi ratepayers and civic associations submitting a formal written representation to the municipal manager on 15th October, wherein the previous document I mentioned was detailed. And we explicitly requested stakeholder engagement with NERSA. The correspondence, Chair, was ignored. This, for us, reflected a serious failure of administrative accountability and lack of accountability to the main funders of Msunduzi municipality, this being the plus minus 30% of paying ratepayers. Surely they should be afforded an opportunity to meet with them. In addition, Mark made detailed submissions on the proposed tariff increases, the IDP budgets, and annual reports regarding the concerns over the high electricity costs and the associated suggestions and recommendations, which were neither tabled nor deliberated upon by council. And this, Chair, undermines the transparency and lawful governance. our recommendations we humbly submit to this panel. Additional tariff increases are considered unlawful and ineffective unless losses are demonstrably reduced. Procurement from Eskom is reduced to limit losses, and over-purchasing prepaid electricity sales are improved, with the bypassing of prepaid electricity meters to be urgently addressed. Theft of electricity is prosecuted in all areas, formal and informal. A credible cost of supply study is completed and made public for input. A plan to restructure the exorbitant winter tariffs and the demand MCB charges that I mentioned earlier, including engagement with National Treasury and SARS regarding the VAT burden on essential municipal services, alongside a funded and implementable plan to materially reduce electricity losses. In light of these findings, it is strongly recommended that the 2024-2025 electricity tariffs, Chair, be redetermined with decreased rates. As Msunduzi municipality did not demonstrate full compliance with legal, procedural, and transparency requirements, nor did it address the underlying root causes of its electricity infrastructure challenges and internal governance failures, which continue to undermine business and ratepayer confidence. Chair, our recommendations go on, where we humbly request that the accounting officer must legally make provision for the adjustment as per the High Court ruling, and therefore no new tariff increases must be imposed until compliance is completed. The leadership and management must prepare a plan to address the corrective measures arising from this ruling and to address the reversals of incorrect charges, credits to consumers, and budgetary adjustments by Msunduzi in its 2026-2027 budget.
Naidu, are you done?
Last point, Chair.
Okay.
Further, Chair, I will just flight the annexes to my presentation just for the panel to have sight of. And we just want to say that it is inequitable, the situation currently in Msunduzi, and we humbly appeal to this panel to take heed of this. This particular slide that I'm showing is the template that we submitted to Msunduzi, whereby one would have a proper understanding of which wards are contributing to the fiscus of the city, which areas are being charged a flat water rate and which areas are not, which areas are actually on the valuation roll that's then bringing in income and rates into the city's fiscus, and the total debt from that particular ward. This would then give Msunduzi a more informed idea of what's going on in the city. Another slide we've attached, Chair, is illustrating to the public that we wrote to the municipal manager on the 15th of October last year, where we mentioned all these points that I'm showing on the screen. And still the municipal manager did not engage with the people of Pietermaritzburg that are actually paying towards the city's fiscus. These are some of the issues that I'm flighting, Chair, so one has a better understanding of the situation of the inefficiencies in Msunduzi, multiple power outages that hit PMB. Funeral parlor that doesn't have gas. The lack of dignity for a deceased person and their families. I flight this to reiterate, Chair, that this is the situation us as ratepayers in Msunduzi are experiencing, and we humbly appeal to this panel to take heed of what we are saying and to please consider the redetermination by decreasing the rates. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Naidu, for your presentation. I would now give the panel members an opportunity to raise questions or issues of clarity. If you can have a pen and paper to be able to note down their questions. Where the questions are not clear, you may ask the panel members to repeat them. Members,
Sure, Chair.
over to you. Any questions, issues of clarity based on the presentation by Ms. Naidu? If you have any, please do raise your hand. I'll recognize you. I do not see any hand from my panel members, Ms. Naidu, but for me, I just have one point of clarity. In your earlier slide, they were not numbered. I couldn't take the number to make proper reference to the slides. You have indicated that there was a lack of public participation from the municipal side, and at the same time, you are saying that the municipality did not represent the objections or the public objections to council. So I'm not sure how would there have been a presentation to council if we are saying there was a lack of public participation. That's the
Chair.
only question that I have for you. Thanks.
Sorry, ma. Chair, the objections were given formally in writing. We were requested to give formal written objections, and those were not tabled to council, Chair.
Okay, I was asking because through this particular hearing, we do want to have facts and evidence, and I'm assuming that you do have evidence that those comments were not submitted to council.
Yes, Chair. I understand that I could supplement in the next 7 days if I'm also afforded the opportunity like the previous speaker, then perhaps I could try to get that to show that they were not tabled to council.
Okay, thank you. On
Chair,
that
I
note,
also, sorry, ma. I also just wanted to inquire if at the end of the panel discussion today, would you guys refer to when you would revert to us, a time frame?
yes, we would, in terms of considering your inputs together with the application submitted to us. Remember, we do have a deadline of having to finalize all these applications by the 30th of June in terms of the court order. So we will get back to you within that given time frame.
No problem. Thank you very much, Chair. God bless.
Thank you. Same to you. Ms. Masetti, I saw your hand.
So you've covered it, Chairperson. We don't come back to them specifically, but we will take the decision
Yes.
by the deadline. So we don't go back to each and every stakeholder and give them feedback. That we don't do. But what we do, our meetings are open to the public, so they are also published, and they will have the agenda. So if this agenda item is appearing, then you will be observing the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Masetti, for that addition. Ms. Naidu, I hope you have noted that, and thanks very much for your time to come and present to us. We'll then move on to the next presenter in terms of our agenda. That is a presentation from RSA Cluster Group and NPC, and it will be presented by Stefan Jardine. Over to you, Stefan.
Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Good morning, Stefan. Before you start with your presentation, I think I had indicated earlier on that we would have to administer an oath. Do you have an objection to doing that?
No, I don't.
Okay, on that note, then may you kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I solemnly swear that the information to be provided is the truth and the whole truth as far as we are aware. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, may you state your name, the organization that you are coming from, and as well as your designation.
My name is Stephen Michael Jardine, and I am the Managing Director of RSA Clusters.
Okay, thank you very much. On that note, you may proceed with your presentation. Please do note that you have 10 minutes to share your presentation with us so that we can also afford the members of the panel an opportunity to ask you questions. Over to you, sir. You may switch off your camera if you so wish. Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to get put up a brief slide. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can. If you can put it in slide mode, please, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay,
It's fine. Thank you. You may proceed, sir. 10 minutes.
Okay, so just a little bit of a background on us. So certainly we're looking at the economy of Ekurhuleni and very, very interested, not only from a manufacturing point of view, but from a whole of the ecosystem point of view to try and make sure that we can all work together and that we can actually get to a point where everybody's being successful wherever it is possible. And of course, that means that in some places we need to partner with with the municipality and others. And so we have an industrial spaces program, which fits very nicely into everything that we're talking about. And of course, outside of that, and I don't have a slide for it, but we do certainly have a whole lot of reach into supply chain and so forth. So one of our challenges as manufacturers in South Africa today is that we are very expensive, and one of our biggest costs is electricity, and I'm sure you've heard this before. But from an Ekurhuleni point of view, just a bit of a summation, and it really is a very industry, mostly manufacturing industry focused economy. And I think in the presentation you'll get from Ekurhuleni themselves, they indicate probably that there's a very high offtake from industry rather than from lots of other sectors. But I think that the last presenter also touched on the fact is that we've got to start looking at affordability here, and competitiveness and affordability are major issues for us as we look forward. We've got over 500, what I would say, large power users and thousands of smaller users, all on different tariffs, perhaps, and whatnot. And as we look at the variety of manufacturing across the whole of Ekurhuleni, we're looking at about 39 industrial spaces, and each and every one of them is subject to electricity either from Eskom, which I think is a bit of a bane for many of us because of the cost factor in Ekurhuleni versus Eskom, and that's something that certainly has to be addressed at some point in time. And from a manufacturing perspective, is we actually want to have as close to a single tariff as what we possibly can across the country, because it doesn't make any sense for us to be competing with each other inside South Africa, and we are paying different tariffs, and there is unfair advantage for manufacturers with those lower costs. So certainly, if we look at the Ekurhuleni tariff as it stands at the moment and the expectations from Ekurhuleni, tariff is high, and for and this has been for a long time much higher than some of the other metros that reside in South Africa, and it makes it very difficult for us to actually try and push a very proactive manufacturing agenda if we are actually struggling with these high notes. So consumption, really a big issue for us here is that we've also struggled from a whole lot of problems with the infrastructure. And with those problems, of course, that has really just made things a lot more costly for us. And we have to try and find how we actually reduce manufacturing as a percentage of the cost of your factory costs. Where currently it's sitting at probably 25+%, and that is really uncompetitive when you start looking at any global figures in terms of manufacturing. So it's very easy to try and browbeat each other and to just argue that we have to actually do things that we can't do immediately. But what we do have to understand is we're happy to play the game as long as we are playing a fair game and that everybody understands and shares and comes to the table with the right information. And so in this environment, electricity and electricity infrastructure is certainly a key element for growth. And the city needs to make sure that it is focusing on making the economy the most important part of where we actually sit. So the fact that we've got costs that have been dispersed from manufacturing, from low cost or poorer or smaller businesses, let's put it this way, and domestic, and those costs have been pushed into manufacturing, has actually been unfair on manufacturing. At the same time, it has been really silly from an economic point of view, because what's happened is we've actually closed businesses, and as a result of us closing businesses, we have destroyed some of the economy in Ekurhuleni, and that has taken jobs with them. And so we've got to look at this in a balanced way, and the balance is to make sure that if we understand industry is the major contributor, well, then we need to actually find out why we actually are doing what we're doing, and how do we actually get away from any form of non-process related activity, because we don't want to have influences from outside. What we want to have is focus on what does us best, and that we can grow the economy using low-cost tariffs. So if we look at the comment that was made by Ekurhuleni in their papers, and that is very clearly there, that the industrial customers and internal customers result in the lowest portion of costs. And that's been an argument that we've been putting on the table for many years, and I don't think that it's something that we need to talk about in great detail here, but now we need to talk about making sure that we are able to actually give back to industry, give back to the consumers, and allow them to actually start growing their businesses again and start hiring people. And that's the deal we've got to make in Ekurhuleni. And it's not about deal making just for the sake of it. It's about a deal making around affordable electricity prices to get the economy going again. And when we're doing that, we've got to build capacity. And in the infrastructure that we've got, and with the supports we've got to make sure that we've actually got the right capacity, and that includes people and tools and so forth, and equipment and so forth going forward, to make sure that we are not only fixing mistakes, but that we are building sustainable industry going forward. So I think that we have to own up to the fact is that sometimes we score own goals, and prior to this discussion and some of the actions, I think there's certainly been a lot of thought that maybe we're not really going to be an industrial country, and we're not necessarily going to be manufacturing rich in Ekurhuleni anymore, and what do we do to actually change that model? Well, that didn't help very much, and weak decisions at the time and those financial impacts have actually had consequences, and that has really led to a point where we've got to now, and what we've got to do is we've got to fix it. So through this court process that we addressed in the not we addressed, but was addressed by the last presenter. There were expectations that had to be dealt with, and part of that was there has to be a change in this redetermination. And I think one of the big challenges as we look at what that means is it's going to affect everybody. Now, we know that, but I don't think the municipalities had good discussion with anybody about that. They've rather worked through on the technicalities, and we haven't necessarily got to a point where this is going to be a lawful tariff because it's got all the right bits and pieces in it. What we've done is we've tried to do something which looks like a cost of supply study and get to a point where we've done most of the sums correctly and so forth. But I think we've erred in that space too. And what's happened is that if we're going to do a 5-year smoothing and come up with a tariff today in this process, what we have to do is to see that that carries through, that it actually does allow for the smoothing and so forth in that correction. And what's happening is if we don't do it now, we're going to end up with crashing against different tariffs as we go in each year after this, as we try to work along and understand how we actually do with the bits and pieces that are needed in this process. So I think there's really some urgent messaging needed. First of all, is to gain support from your original support structure. Those supporters are your industries. These are your manufacturers that have sworn to stay local, mostly because of the fact is that they've already bought property and they can't really move that easily, and they've got big infrastructure themselves. Or else it's people who've just believed in the fact that this is a good project in Ekurhuleni to actually have done what was done, and that this is going to have positive outcomes for everybody. And so I think as we look at these things, we could be realistic and make sure that we do what needs to be done. So I think we have to look at these identified challenges in terms of the application. I think it's quite important when we start looking at the declaration that there is a huge under-recovery. Now that I think probably had a whole big impact on industry trying to actually get to some kind of balance which was more relevant and had cost reflectivity for industry, in which case they would be expecting that the costs that they're going to have to bear are going to be the same as borne elsewhere. However, what we've seen is that this is much of the muchness of, although we've got a cost of supply study, it's not really it doesn't look to be totally complete as we go through it. And it looks like it's actually got errors in it where, when we start looking at what the different monthly offtake is and so forth, we've got overzealous in the figures that we've got, and we've made errors, in which case we've actually put in winter tariffs where they should have been summer tariffs. And what it's done is it's pushed up the finances and the numbers that we're looking at in the cost of supply study. And what that then does is that it makes a total overstatement of the revenue requirement. And if we're doing much the same and we're making these little mistakes, yes, we can help each other. But what we need to do is we don't need to just work with each other. We've got to try and find how we actually make manufacturing competitive from a supply chain point of view, and how we actually get the city to be competitive, because we're both in a fight for survival. The city is against other municipalities, not only in South Africa, but all over the world, who are coming here to actually bring their products, and in some instances they're dumping, and that's the wrong word to use, but they are very definitely competitive versus where we are. And those are big issues for everybody. When we look at the other issues, is that we need to be looking at a lawful tariff. And maybe it's not lawful because it hasn't been declared yet, but at this point in time is that I think we've got to look very, very carefully at what's in the tariff application and to make sure that this is new and to make sure that the errors have been ironed out, and at the same time that we actually get to a point where the customer categories are perhaps better defined. Certainly I think we've got challenges where we're looking at categories and calling them wire and market sort of or sales. This is all about who are your customers, what do they look like, what do they consume, how do they consume it, how do you support them, and so forth. And as we go through this process, I'm sure we're all going to learn, but at the same time, we can't afford to learn without actually showing some benefit for this, for the people who've actually gone through the pain and suffering and are quite literally considering closing their businesses. We need to turn that trajectory around, and we need to make sure that this is a very, very pro-industry, pro-growth plan that we put in place in order to support this cost of supply study. Without a strategy, I think we sit with a whole lot of questions that are being asked, and I think it's very important that those strategies start being debated not only in the city, but or amongst the personnel in the city, but rather that the whole community should actually talk about these things. And IDP, I think, is important places to talk about it. And certainly, I think that some of the challenges we've had this year, and not getting enough people there, is something that we've got to try and work on going forward. So where are we now? What do we do? I think there's a real need for focus on the investment and human capital within the municipalities' electricity department. And it's not as though they're doing a bad job. I think they're trying to do the best they can, and very often they're doing an amazing job. But what we do have to do is we must make sure that we have the best people and that we can continue to draw the best people, and we improve those people as we move along. Secondly is that we improve the infrastructure, and there's certainly parts of the infrastructure in Ekurhuleni that is quite shocking. I don't have time to go into all of that, but you guys know the Ekurhuleni already knows where they are and what the issues are, so I'm not going to elaborate on that. And I think talked about having a supportive business environment. We need to work on that, and then we need to embrace innovation and new technologies in order to try and drive costs out of our system, and to work together in such a way that we can actually find a suitable and good foundation. Basically, it comes down to this. We need to get to the point where we're having evidence-based decision-making, and we need to make sure that the whole ecosystem works for everybody. And that includes the people who work for our factories, and that includes the people who work for other businesses in and around Ekurhuleni. Everybody needs to get what they need, but we can't do it if you rape the coffers in order to look after some people that are maybe not going to be doing very much creative and productive activity. So we need also to work well together, because we have limited to help us. We can't do it alone, and that I'm talking about here, industry and the municipality, and there will be consequences on any decisions that we're going to make. And we have to try and make out which are those consequences that we're willing to live with and which are those that we can't. And as we go forward, we've got to remember, I talked about competition just a short while ago, but we've got to be able to compete. And we're not only in South Africa, but we've got to be able to get our businesses able to compete across the world. And I think that with those words, I'd like to end, but I would like to just stress is that please let's make sure that we get to a point where the issues have been addressed and we've got lawful tariffs, and even if it takes some time, it needs to be done. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. Panel members, any questions or issues of clarity for the presentation that has been shared with us? If you have any, please do raise your hand. I'll recognize you. Thank you. I see Ms. Msiti's hand is up. You may come in, ma'am.
But thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to find out first on the issues concerning the cost of supply, where you indicate that there seem to be some errors that need to be addressed in the cost of supply study. I just want to check if perhaps from your side there has been any interactions with the municipality to try and bring these issues to their attention first of all, and also maybe some initiative where some of these concerns around the cost of supply are dealt with, and there's a commitment maybe from the municipality or willingness to address those concerns. That's the first issue that I would like to find out from you, if you are taking the questions down, for instance. Then the other thing that I really want to get to, especially because it is it has a significant bearing on the tariff that we determine, is the amount of 6.4 billion rands that you've mentioned, where you say that it is one of the examples that show that there is an issue with the cost of supply in terms of its accuracy. May you please shed some light on this? How did you come to a view that the 6.4 billion rands is an overstatement of the revenue required by the municipality? What makes you think that it is an overstatement? Are there any things that you can assist the regulator to indicate that there are certain costs that you perhaps verified, maybe from your side, if you were able to, and also maybe worked with the municipality if you had requested certain information from them as a customer or resident or ratepayer, which you have the right to do so from the municipality, which you then believe that it does point to an overstatement and inaccuracies. I think that will be helpful if you can assist with that. Can you also just talk about the misalignment that you mentioned in respect of the cost of supply study? What is the misalignment that you are talking about? If you can just clarify that, just unpack it for us to understand. And then lastly, I just want to understand the context of the competitiveness, which you said we must consider. I just want to understand whether you're talking about competitiveness from the perspective of businesses in Ekurhuleni, in terms of the tariff that they pay the municipality, so that these businesses can be competitive in their own markets? Or are you talking about NERSA considering competitiveness when we are taking the decisions on tariffs? I think that for me is quite important, the last part, because then I would request you to then assist with the appropriate benchmark where we would need to then look at the competitive level that we need to take into consideration when we take the decisions, and bearing in mind that the law requires us to also look at the efficiency issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Masetti. Just hold on, Mr. Jordan. I need to check if there are other members with any questions. I do not see any hand, but I think from my side, I have one point of clarity. In one of your slides, you indicated that I think it's in an abbreviated form. It says no information and then a dash does not exist. So I just wanted to find out what information are you referring to that you're saying it's not there, and if you have identified the information, have you indicated to the licensee, which is the city of Ekurhuleni, that this information is missing in their cost of supply? Thank you, and over to you.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you for the questions. I think it's fair to say is that we're all in a mad rush at the moment, and There's lots that we are trying to deal with in and around this particular activity, and some others that are taking place at exactly the same time. So I think this is a process, and we've also been treating this as a process. For us to actually engage with the municipality at this stage has been more difficult on the cost of supply study. What we have tried to do is to just to engage with some parties that to alert the electricity department that we're keen to actually have discussions in and around the cost of supply discussion. So yes, we're willing to roll up our sleeves and to get active in that space. Regarding the specificalities, we did do a written submission. So as a result of it, that detail is mentioned in our letter. And so I hope that you will be able to, that will suffice. It's certainly far more than what we've put into the slide today. And then when I start looking at the, perhaps just to deal with, the good news in life is that you've got to be able to read your writing. Beg your pardon for that. If you don't mind, I'm going to answer the competitiveness question because it's probably central to everything, and then we'll get back into the last 2 or 3 questions that were there. From a competitiveness point of view, there are 2 issues. So first of all is that if we, based on research, benchmark various municipalities with similar profiles to us around the country, you're going to find that the tariff that Ekurhuleni has is high. Secondly, is that if we look at what the Eskom electricity tariff is, and how it differs from what Ekurhuleni's got, is mainly in some excess charges that are put onto the Ekurhuleni tariff. So we do believe there's room for movement, and we do believe that this is something that needs to be addressed not only by engagement between ourselves and the municipalities, but also between ourselves, perhaps, and yourself, because there's as NERSA, because we are sitting on a big issue in terms of how we actually compete from a manufacturing point of view with these different tariffs that are set across the country, but yet you've got manufacturing who are sitting trying to deal with the same issues, the same concerns, but they are finding that they are very uncompetitive because of the costs in the municipal domain that they are in. And those are big challenges that we'd be quite happy to engage on going forward. So I think the question was, the second question was, the amount of the, if I got it right, the amount of the cost of supply study variance. What's once again, all the technicalities are addressed in the paper that we actually did submit to you in written format. So I think that that is also addressed in that form. And I'm not sure the third one, if maybe you could just repeat it and I'll answer it for you.
Chairperson, are you still there?
Yes, I am, Ms. Maseti.
Okay, I think he was referring question to you.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I was just referring is that it's very difficult with writing and trying to reread what you wrote. And I was just wanting to confirm the third question so that we could answer the question.
Which was coming from me or Ms. Masetti? Just
Ms. Masetti.
Okay. Ms. Masetti, do you want to assist the
Yes.
presenter?
Yes, Chair, I
On
wanted to
question.
just come in. Okay. All right.
Please proceed.
I'm not sure if the question that you are referring to is the one that relates to the 6.4 billion rands, which is part of the revenue required by the municipality, because I had asked a question about that, which is part of the cost of supply study, asking if you have done some work there demonstrating that 6.4 billion rands is overstated. It's not an accurate figure. That's the first thing. And then also the alignment where you say that there's misalignment in the cost of supply study. What do you mean by that misalignment? Those maybe are the two that you did not touch on.
Okay. So on the first one, by going into the cost of supply study and looking through the different information that's actually been packaged, we did do some research, went into it, and we did find that there were errors that certainly had replicated themselves, so that we were actually adding tariff costs which weren't necessarily true for the period in terms of a summer or winter period. So we'd be quite happy to share that with that reference with you after this meeting, and so that there can be clarity between yourselves and the municipality. The other question is that I'll be quite honest, is that I think we've dealt with the misalignment in the document, but for now, I don't think that I have much more information to add as far as that goes. But there was a reference, and the question was, sorry, that was about whether no information, and that goes back to, if we look at the kind of things that are in the tariffs and what's required in order to get to a lawful tariff, is that we found that there's information that wasn't shared with the public in and around the cost of supply. For instance, the asset base, just very simply, and then again, there were certain things that weren't provided in the set. So there's no audited financials that were put into the public domain, and those two issues on their own and more are really problematic for us, and we think that that's something that's going to have to be addressed. Misalignment, I think we've addressed it in what we've discussed anyway.
Okay, and there was another point that I had raised in relation to the information that is said it's missing from the COS of the city of Ekurhuleni, and also for you to indicate whether you have identified that information and also highlighted it to the city that it is missing. Thank you.
Yeah. So perhaps I've alluded to that in one form or another, but let me just try and restate it. And thanks for bearing with me. So I think the information that we say is missing is the documents that aren't actually with the information that's provided through the NERSA website. In the cost of supply study itself, I think we've addressed the issues, and we've talked about them in terms of that there's this or an error perhaps that causes this overfunding of the sorry, just bear with me, sorry. So we get to a point where I think the bigger issues have been addressed. We have talked about the fact is that all the paperwork needed to be there. And then certainly, as I said, we've got some written representation which has been sent to you, which will give you the content and the context of the cost of supply studies issues that we identified. And it gives you references, and it also gives you a better idea of what we found in our research as we went through that process.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any follow-ups? Yes, Ms. Massetti.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to check with regards to, since this also looks into the 2024-2025, would you be in agreement that in considering any redetermination that reconciliation will be critically here, and that reconciliation must also be informed by audited financial information that the regulator must take into consideration? And then I would like to also hear you on the issues of sort of the clawback, give back, depending on what comes out of that reconciliation. And then lastly, the 53%. Do you think that the 53% is, in fact, is 53.9% increase? Do you think that is something that is well justified, and that the energy regulator must take that into consideration, given what you have said? Some of these, you may answer them in writing, but I think that they are very important in the exercise that we are doing to hear your views and what you will suggest the energy regulator to take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So it certainly is important that we get our tariffs right. The fact that we can have the same tariff discussion and get different outputs in different domains means that there are other factors that aren't always being considered necessarily and put on the table. And I believe part of that is the economic decisions that we made, and perhaps the socio-economic burden that we have in a particular space. What we can't do is we can't burden our manufacturers to such a point is that we don't manufacture, and they still have to pay for the people who need to be subsidized. We've got to get away from thinking about subsidies and thinking about growing the economy. And if we do that properly, we get to a point where we are more than compensating with the sales that we have in electricity sales to actually pay for the costs in the city. And it would be crazy for me to actually say that it would cover everything. It doesn't, but it certainly starts changing the trajectory that we're looking at the moment, where we have a gloom and doom sort of type outlook, but we need to move, and we should, with the ability that we have, to a point where we're actually addressing issues and moving pragmatically forward rather than standing still and not looking forward. So in context of the reconciliation, I think we've got a major problem, is that we need to understand what the costs are going to be, and we need to understand what the tariffs are going to be, and we need to be able to differentiate them. We don't want to get to a situation where we are being going through a process and we've got courts which are defining each and every step that we take. But I do think that with some of the issues that we sit with, is that if they haven't been properly dealt with, then yes, we have problems in the fact that we wouldn't think that you would be able to actually approve a certain tariff if it didn't have all of the right criteria. And we suggested earlier that perhaps the fact is that there's absolutely no asset-based information and related financials. Those are going to be showstoppers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jardine. I don't see any other hand from the members. Should you wish to provide any additional information, you've got 7 days to do so.
Thank you very much.
The end of this particular process. Thank you very much and have a blessed day. We'll then proceed to the next presenter, which is a presentation from City of Ekurhuleni, and the presentation will be done by Franz Brando. I hope I've pronounced this name properly. You may switch off your camera, Mr. Jardine, so that we can proceed with the Ekurhuleni presenter.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Branch, oh, okay, I can see you now. Good morning. Before you start with your presentation, we need to administer the oath, and I just want to check if you have any objection in doing that.
No, I don't have, ma'am. I just, Madam Chair, I just would like to also state that I'm also with two of my colleagues that will assist with some of the answering of the questions. So if we can also allow them to be sworn in as well, but I'm good to go. I don't have any objection, ma'am.
Okay, I'll start with you, and any of your colleagues must also step in. But hopefully you will manage this within the 10 minutes that's going to be allocated to you. Just raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to give this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do, ma'am. Yes, I do.
For the records, may you please state your name, organization, and designation within that organization?
My name is Francois Johannes Brando, City of Ekurhuleni, Manager Revenue Services in the Energy Department. Thank you.
Thank you. May we swear the other person that's going to be presenting with you, if they can switch on their camera or come to the camera?
Good morning, ma'am. And
Morning. Morning.
How are you?
We fine, thanks. And yourself?
I'm good, thank you.
May you raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to give this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
And for the record, may you state your name, organization, and designation within that organization?
I'm Siphelele Mele, City of Ekurhuleni. My designation is Divisional Head in the Energy Business Unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mele. And the next person to be sworn in?
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning. May you kindly raise your right hand and affirm the following? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you are going to give this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do, Chairperson.
May you kindly state your name for the record, organization, and as well as the designation within the organization that you work in?
My name is Alec Valoi, designation Chief Engineer Revenue Strategy from the City of Ekurhuleni.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Paloi. I don't know who's going to be leading the presentation, whether it's Mr. Brando. We are ready to take your presentation. And please, may I just highlight the fact that you just have 10 minutes to take to share your presentation with the panel. Over to you.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I am presentable and audible as well.
Yes, we can see your presentation and you are audible. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think the previous presenter might be, all the questions might be addressed in our presentation, but we don't want to preempt that. So let's continue with our presentation. So it's got a bit of a different angle to it. It's first to present the public submissions already received by NASA regarding the 2024-2025 redetermination of tariffs as ordered by the court. Also to present the Secretary of formal responses to those submissions, and it will be only in a summarized version, and then also corrections made to the cost of supply study, and then also your alignment with NERSA cost of supply framework. And then also to further demonstrate that the final corrected cost of supply provides a lawful, cost-based and defensible basis for tariff determination. Just a bit of a background, regulatory context is the High Court order, 26th of Jan, the 24-25 electricity reviewed and set aside. And then the city and in particular, we just speak on our behalf, is directed to submit tariffs with a compliant cost of supply. NASA is required then to redetermine tariffs based on the compliant cost of supply study submission. Public consultation, and this is the public consultation process that NASA provided to the public and was extended up until the end of February, after which the submissions then were collected and then provided to the utilities. So also the next point is also regulatory principles. So this is just an overview of our public submissions that we've received. The first submission was from Shreya Steel. The key themes there was the Eskom purchases, the cost of supply credibility, and submission 2 and 4 was from CFMC. It's combined, so we combined the two submissions. Cost of supply methodology, assets, and Eskom cost were the key themes there. And then submission 3 was from Impact Limited, efficiency, Eskom benchmarking, and cross subsidies. And we need to acknowledge that some of these submissions were done via their lawyers as well. So we are not recognizing the name here, but we do recognize them as one of the key inputs to the submissions. First up, submission 1, Shreya Steel. The key concerns as listed was the Eskom purchase cost overstated, the cost of supply study making this cost of supply unreliable, also under recovery allegedly as exaggerated. And then the city's response, and like we say, this is a very summarized version because cutting across all the submissions, many similarities were highlighted, but and in total, I would say it's about 80 questions that were posed to the council, to the city through the public participation process. And the city has formally responded to each and every of those ones and also submitted back to NERSA. So then the city response to this was the Eskom costs do include forecast volumes, actual losses, and Eskom escalation beyond cents per kilowatt hour. And that was the initial responses. However, we'll get into the further slides where there was a engagement with NERSA. Submission 2 and 4 from your casting and forging, CFMC, key concerns also the cost of supply was not cost effective. No, the asset base and the asset register was not used. It was an absence of that as well. Losses allegedly outside framework and then surplus methodology challenge. So the city's response to this summarized version is then the cost of supply applies allowable surplus on OPEX permitted by the cost of supply framework. The asset-based approach non-mandatory. The tool allows for options. The city did provide, and this is what we would like to stress out here, is that, and we've even seen it now with the 26, 27 and previous financial years as well, is that tariff NASA will publish the cost of supply report, the tool, the application data, and the schedule of tariffs. The asset register is not published by NERSA, so is the NERSA D forms. If we call it NERSA D, the completed NERSA, and the D form stands for distribution forms. financial and non-financial forms is also provided by the city as a annual compliance matter, which is also not then published on the site, as well as the annual financial statements. So all of those ones are then supplied to NERSA. The losses are capped at 12%, and that's according to the cost of supply framework. So the actual losses include for allocation only. And then also in our initial response, that no fatal flaws were identified. So then submission 3, impact limited. The key concerns, tariffs excessive versus Eskom. Eskom purchases overstated, inefficiency included, cross-subsidization excessive. The city's response is Eskom benchmarking incomplete, ignores distribution cost, non-allowable cost disclosed and excluded from revenue. Cross-subsidies embedded via NERSA endorsed cost of supply tool, but also allowable in the electricity pricing policy. And then also you'll see that this is the last point is corrected cost of supply addresses Eskom pricing concerns. However, going forward and closer to our current date, so there's the common issues across all submissions, including NERSA's guidance. Central issue raised is that the Eskom energy purchase is the energy purchase cost. So all submissions question the Eskom purchase cost, and then consistency with annual financial statements and deforms is lacking thereof. So basically, it's inconsistent of it. So NASA required further clarification during this whole process of allowing the engagements between NERSA and municipalities after the public participation, but also through this whole process. So upon reviewing of all public comment submissions, NERSA engaged with the city on 14th of April and highlighting the cost of supply tool and report are indicating that Eskom purchase are overstated. And then also NERSA requested the city review the inputs into the NERSA endorsed cost of supply tool and identify what is causing the overstatement and provide an updated tool and report. And then the city concluded the corrected cost of supply tool and presented the correction to NERSA on the 17th of April 2026 and submitted both the updated cost of supply report and the tool to NERSA on 18th of April 2026. So the initial cost of supply report, like we said, incorrect, and we would like to put it like that as the incorrect or overstated as it was highlighted in all the submissions and also in engagements. So the review date was the February 2026, and then the revenue requirement was stated there as 32.68 billion rand. Energy cost is plus minus 72 to 78% of total, and cost of activity gap was plus minus 53.9%, as we saw in the previous presentation. So when we started re-looking at this, the tool itself, the problem that has been identified is the Eskom high demand season tariff rates applied to all annual kilowatt hour rates. So just to go a bit deeper into this one, so the root cause of the error, and was also the cost of supply tool default configuration. So it comes with a default configuration to say that apply high demand season Eskom energy kilowatt hour tariff to all Eskom purchases, and the default is a true. And so once you've set it back to a false, it actually bring into consideration, as we have it there as a result, that Eskom high season kilowatt hour pricing applies for 12 months instead of the high season kilowatt hour pricing for only 3 months demand, and low season kilowatt hour pricing for the 9 low demand months. So when we have switch over to the false and it actually incorporating the low season kilowatt hour pricings, it then came down to the correct levels and also aligned with the annual financial statements. The error was basically technical, configuration based. It was not intentional from the city side and not wrong Eskom tariffs or consumption volumes, and it was not organizational. So the corrective action implemented So the cost of supply tool was updated, the correct seasonal split applied, Eskom pricing recalculating the high demand season, low demand season. And also I just would like to mention here is that the city has to perform this action, it's got 57 bulk intake points, as well as 8 large power user intake points. So making it a substantial input that the city need to put in, and also cut across various voltage differentials in terms of Eskom pricing. So we actually regrouped everything to certain voltage levels, and also in terms of the different type of rates that's applied, either megaflex rates or urban night save, or any of the other large power user rates that is applicable. So when we redone this, it was the cost of supply was then rerun, they presented to tariff, my apologies, to NERSA, and the cost of the supply report was then regenerated from this tool, and then updated cost of supply tool and cost of supply report provided to NERSA, like we said, on the 18th. So the key outcome of this corrected cost of supply report is then we done it on, like we said, on 17th of April 2026. The revenue requirement came down to 25.5 billion rand. Energy cost were the reclassifications and grouping. The energy cost is plus minus 66 to 68%. Retail wire split was 78 to 22%. And then the cost reflectivity gap came down to 19.1%. In the next slide, we show then the comparisons between the initial cost of supply that was provided to the corrected cost of supply. So the revenue requirement, like we stated, 32.68 billion versus 25.5 billion. The cost of reflectivity gap came down to 53.9, from 53.9 to 90.1%. And we'd like to highlight this, that this is also in line with our last year's cost of supply study submission, very close to that as well. So here, just also Eskom purchase was and we're not saying that it's overstated from our side. It was based on all the comments and also the engagement with NASA that says that it's overstated, and it's now corrected and aligned, and then it's also aligned with annual financial statements, is then in the corrected cost of supply study. So consistent with regulatory data, post-correction reporting alignment achieved with audited financial statements. There's a distribution forms, the D forms completed by the city, the Eskom billing structure and cost, and updated cost of supply tool output and cost of supply report. NASA review outcome, NASA identified Eskom pricing anomaly, requested clarification and provided guidance and allowed correction to be made. The city identified cost of supply, defaulted configuration issue, corrected and resubmitted cost of supply. And then NERSA confirmed satisfaction with correction, acceptance of revised cost of supply outcomes. Then just want to make sure that I don't skip it. Well, it froze there. So the assurance that we would like to give to today's public hearing is that during the assessment, the licensee applied the embedded cost-based approach prescribed by the framework. The full 4 steps cost of supply approach were correctly applied, namely the revenue requirement, cost functionalization, cost classification, and cost allocation, culminating in rate design. The cost plus methodology adopted by NASA as the interim revenue approach was correctly applied. The allowable surplus was applied within NERSA's benchmark range, as highlighted in the framework, and constitutes regulatory margin, and an Eskom purchase cost anomaly was technically in nature, corrected and did not affect the integrity of the cost of supply methodology going forward. Further, the conclusion of this assurance is also following the correction of the cost of supply. So it reflects prudently incurred cost, plus approved allocation drivers, aligns with audited financial and regulatory submissions, address all substantive issues raised during public consultation. And with that, what we said is that many of our responses that were prior to the engagement, the 14th of April, and this resubmission, then is no longer basically valid, but it is now more aligned, and maybe even the comments. We're not going to say that it's not valid, but it changed the pictures completely. So the overall conclusion: all public submissions were duly reviewed. The principal cost Eskom purchase was corrected. The revised cost of signing significantly reduces perceived high under recovery, and the city complied with, first of all, the court order, cost of supply framework, and NERSA's regulatory process. And then also, just on the appreciation and closure, the City of Ekurhuleni wishes to thank all stakeholders for their valuable inputs during the 2024-2025 electricity redetermination process, aligned with the High Court order. And in this engagement has assisted the city in strengthening its position as an industry standard metropolitan, which we strive to continuously improve year on year. And we would like to, support and emphasize what Mr. Jardine has presented in the previous slide as well, is that this is the aim, by giving a consultative process, between the metros and stakeholders, the chance to grow. This is where we will go forward. And also the city acknowledges NERSA's dedication and support in guiding municipalities towards compliance with the cost of supply framework. Also, what we'd also like to provide extra input on this is that the cost of supply tool that's used to determine this is we would like to work very closely with NERSA in improving on what the future holds with regards to other tools, the submissions, the inputs, and also the outputs. And yes, so that is something that we've also identified in the cost of supply tool. It's quite a good tool, and we'd like to work very closely with NERSA to improve on it. Further, the City of Ekurhuleni trusts that with the submission of the corrected cost of supply report to NERSA, the regulator satisfied the cost of supply framework has been corrected and applied. The city further submits that the revised cost of supply may be relied upon for tariff determination, and that the application is aligned lawfully for tariff approval by NERSA. Also in line with recent public participation consultations undertaken by the City of Ekurhuleni, and mindful of prevailing socio-economic conditions, the city made a conscious decision not to increase the 2024-25 electricity increase and what we say stating here is that like what Mr. Jardine has indicated, 12.7%, but to cap it at what has been allocated for that particular year. And this despite the revised cost of supply report indicated an under recovery of 19.1%. The city would like to thank all executive NERSA members for this platform, the public at large, fellow municipal colleagues for their time and participation. We thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brando. I will now take questions from the members, and I'm just assuming that Mr. Mwele and Mr. Baloyi will just assist you in responding to questions that may be raised by the panel.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, members, any questions, issues of clarity in relation to the City of Ekurhuleni's presentation? Thank you. If you have any, please do raise a hand. I note Ms. Maseti, you may come in, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the City of Ekurhuleni for the presentation. I would like to start off on this issue of the cost of supply study, given the fact that there's a lot of concerns with regards to the accuracy of the costs that are included in it. Also, the fact that even from your side, you acknowledge the error that was included in the calculation of the cost of supply study. What assurance, quality assurance, are you giving the energy regulator as well as the ratepayers? Maybe let me just focus on the energy regulator for now, even though we have to take into account the interest of consumers and the customers as stated in the law in terms of us exercising our regulatory discretion. I just want to find out what quality assurance now on the COS on the cost of supply study that you are giving the energy regulator, that it is now the costs that are there are costs that are accurate, first of all, from the perspective of those costs being efficient cost only, because that's what we need to compensate for when we ask the ratepayers to pay the tariffs. So I would like to get that first. And that when that answer is answered, it's not just answered from a perspective of just the audits, because the audits will also depend on what is being submitted for verification, but from the perspective of what should be included in those as efficient cost. The second thing I want to raise with regards to the cost of supply study is an issue that cannot be ignored by the city of Ekurhuleni, which is the regulatory asset base. Obviously, the municipality operates using assets in terms of the provision of electricity. Now, what customers are complaining about is that information, they are unable, and they should have access to that information, and that information has not been published, and they're unable to engage with that information pertaining to the assets and the value of those assets, of which value will then be part of what is contained in the cost of supply study. I take note of what you have written there to say that it is not specifically required by NERSA. Of course, NERSA would not state it the way that you probably expect it, but the asset base will be a significant cost because you're operating assets. It will be a significant cost included in the cost of supply study. Can you please clarify that aspect on the asset values and the percentage of the asset value that that is part of the cost of supply study or your cost? I think that is very important. What percentage and why the information has not been made available, so that everybody can see and there is transparency when it comes to the asset values. That will be the second thing. Then the third thing is in respect of just the areas of inefficiencies within the municipality that you have that in terms of the losses, for instance, that are outside of not just the methodology. I mean, we're not always encouraging double digit in terms of the losses. We have other licensees that have losses that are less than 10%, for instance, and they're on the single digit, and we can see the operation. So if one were to use a competitive cost benchmarking, so that then we encourage efficiencies, clearly even the 12% could even go down. So it's not as if losses must be at 12%. We expect them to be below that, so that we can see if we compare the level of efficiencies by the different municipalities. So I'm asking about those costs that are within your control, and those costs that you would consider them to be inefficient. What is being done, and in terms of bringing them down even at that from that 12%. Lastly, then it is the issue of that is raised by the customers of Ekurhuleni regarding the what you call issue of competitiveness that they've raised and the affordability. Have you considered that in your request for a tariff? The issues of competitiveness as well as affordability. That will be all from my side, Chairperson, for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Masetti. I don't see any other hand from the panel members. I think you have covered me with the issue on the increase in energy losses. That was going to be my question, and also to ask the city as to how are they planning to reduce them. I think that has been covered. And also in terms of public consultation, if the city can confirm that the only objectors that they got were the 3 companies that they have mentioned, and that there were no other interested and affected parties that had submitted their objections. Over to you, Mr. Brando.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, not great. I will answer as due diligently as possible, and then if I do, I'll just require some input. I'll just turn the screen to one of my colleagues. So first of all, the cost of supply accuracy of the cost, and then also what assurance do we give to NERSA that accuracy of the submission is now binding in terms of all the cost that has been declared now. We can give almost 100%, I'm going to say almost 100% assurance to NERSA for the fact that they do align with the annual financial statements together with the NERSA D forms, and going beyond to that as well. And like we've indicated is that when it came down to the actual purchases, we are matching 100% with the kilowatt hours as well. So yes, we can give that assurance that it is correct. And then if we go over to the cost of supply study, the asset base operate using assets. Ma'am, I think this is also already included into the NASA D form submission of what the what's the total values of the asset, and it comes down to a line item. So with that, I think that it's maybe something that we need to put something into the framework or somewhere into some sort of policy that the asset base must also be publicly made available. At this point in time, that is not one of the matters that we might have and we do have quite a substantial number of assets across the city, and there might be some sensitive information regarding that. So that is just it is made publicly available or publicly available on the annual financial statement, but also the numbers, but not the actuals. So that's maybe something that we just need to relook with our finance as well in terms of GRAP standards, as well as any other acts and legislation. What is the correct way of publishing this full asset database, because some of them might be of national interest as well. So in terms of the percentage of the value, ma'am, I think what we can do is that we can provide you within the next few days with the actual percentage of the value of the asset base versus the total cost. So we just also would like to reiterate that the asset base was not a driver of the cost supply tool. So when there's that option that you can select how you would like to declare it, in full detail or as in line with the NASA D form as well. In terms of the variances and inefficiencies of losses, Yes, ma'am. I think we've got a cost of supply framework that guides us in terms of that. However, there's huge changes in terms of how do we get to non-technical losses. Technical losses, in a way, is controllable, but the non-technical losses controllable, but it is one of the points that's flaring out. But there's definitely programs in terms of all of those ones. So we have a number of these programs in place that we actively do. We call it a reinstatement of meter connections. So what we'll do is we'll do a 90-day non-purchase or a non-consumption reports. And every 3 months, continuously, it's a rolling report that we actually visiting all of these sites. When found tampered, we apply account corrections, backbilling in a layman's term. Also, there's reinstatement fees. So the reinstatement fees, it varies from residential to business tariffs as well, or rates. That is basically to look at your tampering, bypassing, and whatever means the customer, albeit industrial, commercial, or small business or residential, whatever they apply, is to find it. And we do find very innovative tamperings lately. So that's the one part. And then the other part is in terms of illegal connections. That is a program that we are actively running through. And if not mistaken, last year we did, and I'm using last year financial state, figures, it was about 45,000 connections that were removed. So that's illegal connections. That cuts across your informal settlements and across the city on various illegal connections that takes place. So that is actively that we are being doing. And then I'd just like to ask Mr. Nele to just add something to that.
Thank you, Franz. Chair, what I'd like as well to state is that we have entered into a 10-year contract with suppliers who will come to the city at their own cost and deploy their innovations that will enhance our revenue, to be able to find us new revenue and plug all the leaks that are existing in our system. So here we are actually proactive to ensure that the city uses all the avenues available. These suppliers, we're not going to pay them anything from our side, but whatever they discover for us or whatever they recover for us, we're going to pay them a portion of that. And that will go a long way in terms of enhancing the revenue and reducing the losses of the city. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Nele. Then if we look at the issue of competitiveness, this is it's like we have indicated, that these, I'm just going to try to get back to the slide on this one, is this 4-step cost of supply process, where the revenue requirement and then functionalization and then the cost classification. And this is where you start, and the tool allows certain voltages, differentials, determining how close are you from the main source of supply. And when we talk about main source of supply, is then close to your Eskom point of supply. And this is, that's it. So this, the Ekurhuleni has got various tariffs available to certain size of customers, and it's designed around that. And the framework allows for that as well. So we are considering that. And if we look at particularly our tariff D customers, there's above 11,000 volt, there's equal to and below 11,000 volt from 400 volts. Then there's direct from substations, and then directly from our low voltage networks. So this we'll see, and then the tariff D is classified for all customers above 1 MVA, whereas your tariff E is for customers below 1 MVA, because obviously the closer, the higher the consumption rates, and we see it with, and I might be able to present to you as well, but I think it's well known, is that on the Eskom side, the same classifications are also done like that, is that below 500 volts, then above 500 volts to 66,000 kilovolts, 66 to 132, and then above 132, you'll find different rates and different, so it's kilowatt hour rates, but also different, network access charges, capacity charges, demand charges, etc. So you can see that the same approach that the Ekurhuleni does is also being applied by Eskom itself as well. So we are definitely considering those classes. There is because obviously the further you get from the source of the supply, the more your losses become, and so your low voltage do attract higher losses, and then we're talking about the technical losses, not on the non-technical losses, but the technical losses. So that's the part of the competitiveness. And then, Madam Chair, on your question of the public participants, yes, we can confirm it was only the 3 that we received officially from NERSA's offices. There was none other than those ones. For this particular process, because it was a public participation process. I'm just going to hand over to Mr. Nyele as well for a last input.
Through you, Chair, the other issue I want to state as well is that in terms of affordability, from the presentation, it can be seen that we are under recovering by 19.1%. That we could have started recovering from the customers by the time the cost of supply is finished, in this 24-25 application. So the city decided not to start recovering this 19.1 because we are considering the affordability of the customers on the ground, if they can still afford or not. So that is why we said, let us not recover it now. Even in our 26-27 tariffs, we haven't started recovering because we are taking into consideration the affordability of the customers. Furthermore, we have IPPs that are in progress that are going to come online, that where we're going to buy electricity cheaper than we buy from Eskom. And with the benefits that are going to come to the city, we believe that some of it is going to be passed on to the customers so that they can be able to enjoy the benefits as well. We don't keep it to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are running out of time now. I would like to wrap up here, taking more than 10 minutes in your presentation. Sito for Ekurhuleni. Anything more you want to add? Panel members, anything else from your side? I don't see any point, but any hand. Oh, I see Ms. Masuti's hand is up. You may
I just want to, yes, Chair. I just want them to make sure that because it cannot be that it is not. I don't think that it is a reasonable answer to say that the asset value is not specifically asked. I think the simplification that is there does not exclude the fact that there will be assets that will be considered and the cost of those assets, because you are operating a distribution facility and therefore there's a cost in doing that, and that cost is added in the cost of supply study. So it is important that at least if you can provide us with that information, and I suppose for transparency purposes and to deal with these challenges, that information can also be shared. And I'm not saying that you must violate the commercially sensitive information from being protected from your side, but for NERSA's purposes, it is important for us that we must have that information pertaining to the regulatory asset base. There is no other way. That information is part of the cost of supply study. So I just want to make that clear, Chairperson, that we must be provided with that information. And to the extent that customers that challenged the decision, I think that it is incumbent upon the municipality, where you are, you know that you've done your job and you've done it, without hiding anything, that you need to also engage with customers, your own ratepayers, and share whatever information you believe is crucial to be shared with them. I think that is important so that these matters can be resolved, and going forward, there are no comebacks on these issues. So I just wanted to emphasize that point, Chair. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Masetti. And I think one last point of clarity for me that needs to be added in your additional written submission is the point that I've picked up from Mr. Muele Onyele, who said that you've had contracts with suppliers who are going to come at their own costs, with their own innovation to assist the city to recover some of the losses. And he said, if I heard him correctly, that they will pay them a portion of what is recovered. And what comes into mind is that this payment that he's talking about, it's not going to add to the municipality's expense, and we must also he must also indicate the impact thereof in the submission. I trust that our issues are clear, and you do have 7 days to make those submissions, Mr. Brendo. Thank you very much to you and your team. We appreciate your time. Apologies to all the other presenters. I do note that we are running out of time. May I request that we move to the next presentation, which is a presentation from Northern Inc. /RBB Economics. And the names that we have is Anton Roots, Anthony Northern, and Patrick Smith. Apologies if I didn't pronounce the names properly. But can we also be guided as to who is going to be doing the presentation? Because I see the camera that's on now. It's from a person with a different name, Mr. Cohen. Who is going to be presenting?
Good afternoon, Chair. If I could just begin by situating myself and introducing everyone. So I'm Eshad Cohen. I'm Counsel for Impact. I am instructed by Mr. Matthew Robinson of Norton's Inc. to present impact submissions today. And so I'll be making the presentation as Counsel for Impact, instructed by Norton's. Yes.
Okay, do I take it that you'll also be responding to questions that the panel may have? Okay, and we have a process. I do know that often counsel will indicate that they do not have to take an oath.
Yes.
On that note, then, we trust that what you will be presenting will be factual and be backed by evidence for this particular process.
Yes, Chair, absolutely. And Chair, so I'll be making legal submissions off of our written submissions, which NERSA already has. But if the panel prefers, I'm more than happy to arrange for my client to provide an affidavit just confirming that those submissions are true and correct, and she's happy to do that on oath. We can provide that to the panel after this hearing, if the Chair prefers.
Okay, let me take some guidance from one of my panel members. Ms. Masetti, may come in.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I am now covered by Mr. Cohen from his statement saying that he will confine his arguments only on legal submissions, and he will not go beyond that and make any sort of economic evidence or other financial sort of technical information that will be outside of the scope of legal arguments that he has to make. So if then we have questions, I don't know how that will be handled, unless then we take his offer that says that some of those questions can be clarified by way of an affidavit later on. Thanks.
Okay, I think that's the approach that we will adopt, that questions, issues of clarity be responded to by way of an affidavit. Just for confirmation, if you can, for the record rather, just repeat your name and then you may proceed with your presentation.
Sorry, Chair. I just want to be sure we're all agreed on the rules of the game here. I will make legal submissions, but of course I will refer to many of the factual allegations in MPAC's written submissions. And what I've offered to the panel is, if there's a concern about those being accurate, MPAC can provide an affidavit confirming the veracity of those allegations. So I will be referring to the written submissions. The direction that I will be going is ultimately legal. But of course, I will be referring and referencing the factual allegations in the written submissions. I hope that makes sense to everyone and we can proceed on that basis.
Yes, it does. And you do have 10 minutes in terms of your presentation, please.
Thank you.
If you can start with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll begin my presentation. I've listened to the city who just preceded me, and I'd like to begin with the procedural point, Chair, arising from the city's presentation. The first point is that the city has now given to NERSA an updated cost of supply study. I believe the date was around 18 April. Now, my client's written submissions don't deal with that cost of supply study. They deal with a cost of supply study that was provided to them, I believe, around 26 February, with an annexure on 9 March 2026. Now, I'm instructed that NERSA did put on the internet, on its website, the latest cost of supply study, but my client wasn't notified of that. And so I just want to state up front that my client hasn't considered this new cost of supply study with the supposed corrected error. My client doesn't know if this error was actually corrected, if it introduces new problems. And as I just want to put that on record, that my client reserves the right to make further submissions on the final cost of supply study that the city has now submitted, as it should, and that is part of its right to a fair process. That's the first point. The second point is that the city has mentioned that it formally responded to my client's written submissions. Again, I'm instructed that MPAC has not received any formal response. The responses we heard today in this presentation were the first time my clients heard of these responses. And again, I ask if there has been a formal response that be forwarded to my client so my client can consider it. And that may require further submissions. We can't prejudge that, but at the very least, the city's formal responses must be sent to my client. And finally, Chair, I'm going to mention throughout my presentation various gaps in the information before this panel. Then gaps in the city's tariff application. We've already discussed, it's been discussed, the issue of the asset base, but there are various other gaps. And the point I want to make up front is that completely hamstrings this panel from discharging its duties under Section 15 of the ERA and the EPP. But it, of course, detriments and undermines the fairness of this process. As one of the panelists, Ms. Masetti, already commented, it hinders the public, the public and my client can't comment on the full cost of supply study when parts of it are withheld from the public. It's simply not fair. In the process, it seems to me has already been admitted to have been compromised to date because, for example, there is no asset base that's been publicly available, and many of my clients' problems with the cost of supply study flow, not all of them, but many flow from not being able to assess the city's asset base. And that has tainted the process to date. It's very important, and both from a public participation perspective, but also from a rationality and legality perspective, from the panel's perspective. It can't do its job legally without seeing everything that's in the cost of supply study. That's the procedural point I wanted to begin with. Now, the fundamental submission that MPAC makes in its written submissions is that the cost of supply study and the city's application for a tariff do not include efficient costs and include an unreasonable return. So if this tariff was approved today based on the city's application, it would be contrary to Section 15 of the ERA. You would be approving a tariff that recovers inefficient costs and which provides the city with an unreasonable return. Now, why do we say that? We could just deal with costs first, and then I will deal with a reasonable return. With respect to costs, it's already been discussed. The city claims non-technical losses as part of its tariff application. It can't do that. Those are discouraged by NERSA. Those are not costs incurred by an efficient licensee. We make that point at paragraph 32 of the written submissions. If I could just ask the panel, I should have said this in the beginning, to have before it my client's written submission sent by Norton's Inc. Paragraph 32, we explain in detail how the city is claiming non-technical losses. Those are not costs of an efficient licensee. We heard now for the first time in the city's presentation something about various instances of vandalism, things like that. We don't know. These stories are not told in the cost of supply study. They're not told in the application as far as we're aware. And the important point is this body is unable to assess, to the extent that it even could, whether these non-technical losses are costs that could be incurred by an efficient licensee. That's point number one on the issue of cost. The second point is that the city's application includes various costs that could just never be borne by an efficient licensee. And in particular, there's about R1 billion inefficient costs like bad debts, penalties, interest costs. We list these costs at paragraph 39.1. Paragraph 39.1 of the written submission. Again, these costs are not the costs of an efficient licensee. They cannot be recovered by the city's tariffs. There's also a difficulty in that it's a golden thread running through the city's application, is that the costs are just unclear. There is not enough detail to allow NERSA to rationally decide that the costs are efficiently and prudently incurred. If I could just give some examples. There's an 872 million rand item labeled salaries and wages. Again, no explanation of where that amount comes from. There's been no verification, and importantly, there's no link between those costs and the licensed activities. We don't know if an efficient licensee would have incurred all of those salary expenses. There's no explanation. It is a disaggregated amount, from which NERSA can't decide rationally whether these are the costs of an efficient licensee. We've already discussed the asset register. It's not included. It's unclear if it's even before NERSA. I understand it not to be before NERSA. And as already mentioned by the panel, there's no reasonable answer to why it hasn't been published. If there's a commercial concern or sensitivity, confidentiality sensitivities, those can be dealt with, as they are all the time, before this panel and before courts and before other regulatory bodies. But a blanket no, you're not going to let the public see this. That's not only unfair to the public, it prevents this body, it prevents NERSA from taking a decision lawfully and rationally under Section 15. You can't know whether, for example, the depreciation costs are efficiently incurred if you don't know what the asset base is. Especially so, and we make this point in the submissions, the depreciation cost seems to be hard-coded in the spreadsheets. It's hard-coded in the cost of supply study. It's not necessarily fact-sensitive, it appears. And that raises a red flag as to whether or not this is actually an efficiently incurred cost or a number that's just been applied. We make that point at paragraph 39.2 of the written statement. There's a further concern on this issue of disaggregation. The city claims 2.1 billion rand in shared operating expenditure. So this is operating expenditure that is incurred by other municipal departments. There's no explanation for how the city can justify an allocation of 2.1 billion in shared operating expenditure. We don't know why the expenses incurred by other municipal departments, we don't know what they are necessarily, why those expenses link to licensed activity, to the distribution of electricity. There's no explanation at all. There's just this figure. That's a serious problem for a body that's meant to determine whether or not those expenditures are incurred by an efficient licensee. Similarly, there's this issue of there's a base expense here, 22-23. And what happens is that the city applies a 4%, mostly a 4% increase of costs from that year. It's not consistent with that 4%, which is part of the problem. But more importantly, there's no explanation for why that 4% increase of costs is carried over from that year to this financial year, 2024. We make that point to paragraph 58 of the written submissions. The other point our written submissions make is about the bulk purchases, and I've dealt with that sort of. I've said, well, we've heard from the city that they've now addressed an error with respect to some of the bulk purchases, but we need to see that. Our client hasn't seen how that's been addressed, and so we're required to see the latest cost of study, and we've now been supplied it. It's on the internet, but we had no notice of that. We will make further submissions on this final cost of supply study to address that issue. That's the issue of costs. And those, in summary, are the reasons why my client submits. The costs claimed by the city are inefficient and should not be counted. And certainly for many of the cost items in the tariff application, this body is in no position to make an assessment as to whether those costs are incurred by an efficient licensee. Then there's the issue of reasonable return. And the Act says it's got to be reasonable return or margin. And the submission is, well, you can't do that without looking at the asset base. So if I could just explain, what the city has done is they've said the surplus that we claim is 15% on top of operating expenditure. And before, just thinking of it at the level of principle and common sense, what that is saying is, well, the more we spend, the more we should get by way of surplus. The more we spend, the more of a return we should get. That simply cannot be a reasonable return. If you think about the purpose behind a reasonable return, it's linked to assets. You're supposed to identify an asset base and apply a rate of return to the capital deployed. That's the rationale behind a reasonable return, not a percentage smacked onto how much you've happened to spend in a particular year. But that is what the city wants. That cannot be what Section 15 of the ERA permits. And of course, this NERSA certainly cannot grant any kind of return to the city without even looking at its asset base, without knowing what that asset base is. You can't look at this. I think the EPP says it, as well as this body's guidelines. You can't look at a return without considering assets. Those are in the main our submissions on return, and I've dealt with costs. There are further issues raised in impact written submissions. I won't go through them all just because I'm conscious of time. But we've raised the issue of cross-subsidization. The difficulty there is there's just no explanation for why the tariff structure includes such a significant cross-subsidy. Cross-subsidies have to be transparent and justified. If you read this tariff application, there's no justification for the cross-subsidy contained in there. There's an issue of benchmarks that was dealt very vaguely and briefly by the city in its presentation, but our written statement explains in detail why, if you compare the tariff sought, it is far higher than comparable tariffs, and that suggests excess. That suggests an unreasonable tariff at the end of the day. We also attach to the written submissions my client's founding affidavit in its present review of the 25-26 Ekurhuleni tariff, a decision by this body. This panel should read that affidavit before taking its decision. Many of the issues raised there apply, many of the concerns raised there arise in this application. I won't go through them all, but this panel should consider those issues raised in that affidavit, because many of them are applicable. Thank you, Chair. Those are submissions. And I don't know if there are any questions from the panel, but I'm here and available to answer them.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And I will now give the members an opportunity to raise any questions or issues of clarity that they may have based on your presentation. Members? Thank you, Ms. Masetti. You may come in.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Advocate Cohen. Let me start off with the issue of the, I think I'm clear on the return, but on the issue of the surplus itself, just to get the nub of the issue that you are contesting there. On the issue of the surplus, if you can just clarify so that I can get exactly what is the issue we need to look at and how we can then handle that. If you can also make a suggestion from your side as if you challenge it, and rather than just say that there is no explanation provided or sufficient explanation provided, what is it that you believe should be done there? If you can assist with that. And the second thing that I would like to test with you is this contention by the city of Ekurhuleni that the cost of supply framework does not specifically call for the regulatory asset base. But if you look at all of the components that are there, obviously some of them will depend on the asset base. What is your view on that aspect, that it is not required, it's not necessary, but yet it does have a bearing on the cost that is determined, which forms part of the cost of supply that they have submitted. Then on the cost of supply stat, I just want to check here. Remember, we are looking at 2024, 2025, and the regulator made its decision based on the information that was contained in the application at the time. Now, we are sitting in 2026. So I'm looking at this cost of supply study that has now been revised on the 17th of April, 2026. Is that legally appropriate to then take that information and look at that information, which we never had at the time? Yes, maybe perhaps for verification purposes, because you want to do some reconciliation and you want to consider issues of clawback and or give back, but to take it as if it is a significant submission that the regulator must apply its mind for purpose of the redetermination, is that an appropriate thing to do, as opposed to using it as a form of verification on the accuracy of the cost that were presented before us at the time of taking the decision? I just need that clarity because it is something that has not been sort of argued, and I'm hoping that the city will come back if the chairperson is going to allow the applicants to make their replies. So that is the second thing that I just wanted to clarify. Then there's an issue of reconciliation here, which is close to a clawback. Remember, the city said, well, we've got a deficit of 19%, and we are not going to recover that deficit of 19% for 2024, 2025. However, for me, then the question is, To what extent are we supposed to sort of look into this reconciliation? Remember, the reconciliation now remember, because we have already made the decision and there was a tariff at some stage, whether it was overstated or is under, right, as the municipality argues. But what is important is that there was a tariff. Now, if we look at that, and now we need to look at the accuracy of the cost and therefore be able to do verification and reconcile the figures. To what extent can we really do that kind of exercise so that we come then to a reasonable decision, let alone the other costs that are in dispute at the moment, but just for process-wise in the way that we are going to apply our due diligence. Then the last thing from my side is the sort of the what? Yeah, let me leave it here. Maybe it will come out from the kind of questions that you will be answering, or maybe the 1 billion rand that you said should not be allowed. Are you able to share to shed some light on that 1 billion rands without really providing any sort of technical or economic arguments on it, but just to indicate, how that, what are your basis of saying it is not efficient? I think that's exactly what I would like to find out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Musetti. From my side, I have just one point of clarity. I think Advocate Cohen indicated that his client has not, the cost of supply rather, has not been considered by his client. And I think in his presentation, my assumption was that the concerns or issues that he was presenting on behalf of his client were based on the cost of supply. If you can clarify, maybe I'm misunderstanding him in terms of what he had said in terms of his client not having considered the cost of supply. Then I would like to know the basis of the issues or concerns as to where are they coming from if the client didn't consider the COS of City of Ekurhuleni. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the panel for its questions. I'll just begin with that last question first. Chair, my client's submissions were made on 9 March 2026, and it did so on the basis of an application that was sent to it on 26 February. So it considered the cost of supply submitted by the city to NERSA on that date or around that date, 26 February. That's the cost of supply, the version of the cost of supply study that my client considered. What I understand today for the first time is that the city subsequently, sometime in April, I think the date was 19 April, the city subsequently revised and apparently corrected its cost of supply study and submitted a newer version, an updated version to NERSA. My client has not seen that version. And there was quite a significant difference, it seemed to me, based on the city's presentation. There's 7 billion rand difference, apparently. My client hasn't seen that version. And on that version, we reserve the right to make further submissions. So that's just to clarify that. And I see the chair has sent me a thumbs up. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Musetti, thank you very much for the questions. I wrote them down. I hope I got all of them. Please interrupt me or come back to me if I've missed anything. Your first question was about the reasonableness of the return and the surplus. In the interest of time, Ms. Musetti, I'll just refer you to where in our submissions we make the point, because it's made in quite a lot of detail in the written submission. It begins from paragraph 42 of the written submission, and it explains a reasonable return must be proportionate to the risk. The EPP mentions that the return must be calculated on appropriate asset values. So that the framework then requires an asset-based approach. That's the starting point, that's the principal point. But if you look at what the city did, is that 15% allowable surplus on operating expenditure, on OPEX. And so instead of identifying a regulated asset base and applying a rate of return to the capital employed, the model applies a fixed percentage markup to operating expenditure. And it goes on to explain the difficulties with that. And you asked me for a recommendation. The recommendation that we have is, with respect, that NERSA should follow the EPP. The rate of the return that needs to be determined by NERSA should consider the asset base, should consider how much has been invested. And based on that, it should determine a reasonable return. In this regard, the legal submission that Impact makes is that the new Section 15, which uses the language of proportionate to the risk of the activity, we submit that was already embedded within the old Section 15, which spoke about a reasonable return or margin. It goes from the legal submission, our perspective is that it goes without saying that a reasonable return is one that's linked to the risk. And so the submission is when this body considers Ekurhuleni's application, first of all, it must have enough information before to determine whether those factors. It must know what were the risks that Ekurhuleni took with respect to its licensed activity, and does it have enough information to determine how bad those risks were, the extent of them, etc., etc. That's the first point. You must have the information. Once you have the information, you've got to make an evaluative decision. What is a reasonable return that is proportionate to the risk of that activity? That's our submission. That is what we believe has always been the legal position. We would submit to you that is what you're bound to do. I hope that addresses the issue of the reasonable return, and I really would refer the panel paragraph 42 onwards of the written submission. The second question was, what about new information? So our submission here again is ultimately this panel needs to comply with the requirements of Section 15. It needs to ask what are the efficient costs incurred and what is a reasonable return. And in assessing that and in verifying the figures and the allegations in the city's application, this panel must consider all relevant information. And this is a fresh reconsideration, so information that wasn't before it initially can be put before it now, if it is relevant. And that may be to a very broad answer, but it's a principled answer, and its application will depend on the various instances, the various data points that come before this panel, and we'll have to apply its mind in respect of each of those data points to determine whether that data point is relevant to its reconsideration. I'm afraid I can't go in much more further detail because it will depend on the actual minutiae of which information comes before the panel. The third question was, what about this deficit of 19%? Well, our first submission, as you may predict, is that we don't accept that is an accurate percentage because we dispute the costs. We dispute the accuracy of the costs of the city, so we don't, by implication, we dispute the accuracy of that deficit. And really, what the panel needs to do, what its duty is to interrogate, verify whether the costs here claimed by the city are efficiently incurred, and take it from there. The reconciliation process, as I understand it, might come later, but at this point, this is a decision about the tariff and a tariff price, and that is within Section 15. Finally, the 1 billion. So that was a point I made about several costs. Yes, so for example, bad debts and penalties of that. If I could refer the chair, it's paragraph 38 and 39. 38 and 39, I think the question was more towards paragraph 39. And there it spells out the various cost items that the city claims which do not represent the efficient costs of supplying electricity. Again, this is all based off the city's application. My client has not been given anything beyond that, other than that which is publicly available through NERSA. That in many respects is part of the problem. It's also part of the problem for this body. But based on what it's been given, based on the city's application, as our client saw it on 9 March, it identified various items in the cost of supply study that those cost items cannot be said to have been incurred by an efficient licensee. I think those were all the questions, Chair, unless I hope I haven't missed anything, but if I have, please let me know.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Maseti, are you covered with your points?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I'm covered. Thank you very much.
Okay. On that note, let me thank Advocate Cohen for your presentation, and we will now take the next presentation.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you very much. Sure, thank you. The next presentation is from PMCB Midlands Chamber of Business. It will be coming from Melanie Venice. I must apologize for the delay in terms of the presentations. Over to you, Ms. Venice.
Thank you very much. I'm ready to take the oath if necessary and to proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. And may you then raise your right hand and affirm the following. Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. And for the record, can you state your name, organization, and designation in that organization?
With pleasure. My name is Melanie Venice. I'm the CEO of the Pietermaritzburg and Midlands Chamber of Business.
Thank you very much. On that note, you may proceed with your presentation. You have 10 minutes to do so. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm going to dispense with the introduction because I've made many presentations to NERSA, so I'm sure you're familiar with the PMCB. Suffice it to say that we represent a significant portion of the business community of Msunduzi municipality. I want to start with the point that Msunduzi's application is unlawful. The re-application is hardly an improvement on the original application, which was declared unlawful. By Miller J. There is basically no new information. There's no information or evidence that was included showing compliance with the judgment of Her Ladyship Justice Kabushi on the 20th of October 2022, and no evidence to show that the application conforms with the tariff principles prescribed by the ERA, the EPP, or any other legislative prescripts, the MFMA, the LGMSA, the MFPFA. There's no credible financial information accompanying this application, no provision of audited financial information, no ring-fenced electricity accounts, no deform information, no asset-based information. So the only conclusion that we can draw is that there is no rational basis to this application. It is impossible to consult meaningfully without a cost-based application, and it is impossible for NERSA to determine an electricity tariff compliant with the regulatory framework. Even if such credible information were to be available, Msunduzi has made material errors in the application, rendering the cost of supply unreliable. We start with crucial errors that render the cost of supply unreliable. Msunduzi's cost of supply mixes up financial years. These are extracts from the cost of supply study. So from Msunduzi's tab year guide, they indicate that year one is for the year 2023, In their tab end user tariff inputs, they do the same, 22-23. However, when you look at the year guide from the COE, you'll see that year one is in fact 2024. Why is this important? Well, if you look at this graph that comes from the cost of supply, municipal revenue requirements for the various years versus business as usual revenues. If you consider the revenue in year two, which is the year that they're referring to, we look at across all of these BAU revenues, and they all increased by 3% year on year. So that's the sales increase that was foreseen. But in year one, a 14.1% tariff increase was approved by NERSA. So that's in the year 22-23. And this should have created a far increased revenue. This alone reduces the revenue requirement to 13.6%. So there's a miscalculation there. If we look at other crucial errors, we give some consideration to energy purchases from Eskom and the cost of losses. This actually amounts to a loss factor of 15.9% and not 10%, because in the cost of supply, they've used the total energy purchases instead of the purchases net of losses. So that amount needs to be limited. Currently, it's claiming 15.9%. If you look at the operational expenditure, including depreciation, there's no verification of the efficiency of anything included in there and any of the costs. There's no information on the asset base, so depreciation cannot be determined in line with this cost of supply. So there's 108 million that has been, sorry about that, 108 million that has been unsubstantiated. If you have a look then at the surplus that's been claimed, we say it's an unlawful surplus. That surpluses are unlawful. The discussion has just taken place with Advocate Cohen, and we make that point in our written submission, Appendix A, Section C. There's no RAB info, so you can't calculate a reasonable return. And even if the surplus was lawful, which we maintain that it is not, this amounts to 20% and not 17%. It needs to be calculated on revenue requirements before surplus, because otherwise it's surplus on surplus. Another material error. Let me just move this to the side. If you look at the revenue forecast for year two, you'll see that the demand charges for both Hulamin and the manufacturing and industrial lines, the demand charges are negative. So that is a significant material error that has been made and needs to be adjusted. And when the significance of this is that the increase for 24-25 is significantly overestimated. If we look at the tariffs per customer category, they don't reflect the outcomes of the cost of supply. If you look at the graph that is included in the cost of supply, there's significant under recovery in the domestic sector, hardly any recovery of street lights and municipal usage. There's 10% over recovery from industry, 36% under recovery from commercial prepaid, and 151% over recovery from conventional commercial. So cross-subsidization is evident, and despite this, the municipality applied for a 17% increase across all customer categories. This lack of restructuring of the tariffs embeds unlawful cross-subsidization. And then contrary to EPP position 40, the municipality is substantially undercharging for its own electricity usage. Our conclusion. Msunduzi's 24-25 application cannot form the basis of a lawful tariff determination by NERSA. It is unlawful because there is an absence of audited financial statements and ring-fenced electricity accounts information, and there is the absence of a compliant cost of supply. The revenue requirement is miscalculated and overstated. The absence of RAB information affects two sections of the revenue requirement, depreciation and reasonable return. As indicated, 108 million depreciation to be disallowed as it's unverifiable. It includes an unlawful 20% surplus instead of a return. This is excessive and doesn't comply with the cost of supply framework. The losses in the revenue requirement exceed the allowed maximum losses in the cost of supply framework, limited to 10 to 12% of the required energy reflected by the sale of electricity and not on total actual energy purchased. So there's a calculation error, which results in a loss factor of 15.9%. The BAU revenues calculated incorrectly. They applied 3% per year, but haven't included the year one tariff increase of 14.1%, which would have lifted the year two revenue significantly. Tariffs are not cost reflective per customer category and do not reflect the outcome of the cost of supply study. The application doesn't consider efficiency, nothing in the application to verify efficiency. In the absence of a credible application, NERSA cannot redetermine lawful tariffs for Msunduzi for 24-25. We submit that NERSA is obliged to reject the 24-25 application in its entirety and to correct subsequent years. We furthermore request that NERSA discharge its constitutional obligations in relation to Msunduzi municipality's electricity distribution function and the related license conditions. For well over a decade, the municipality has been highly dysfunctional and our network has been allowed to deteriorate catastrophically, severely negatively impacting the economy, as detailed in our written submission. Our members experience regular extensive outages and poor quality of supply, damaging their equipment and rendering them uncompetitive. We are unable to wheel energy because of the municipality's excessive debt to Eskom, who are also prejudiced by the non-payment. Msunduzi is still not in a position to apply for lawful electricity tariffs, nor are they able to discharge the electricity distribution function in compliance with their licensing requirements. Out of interest from the previous discussion, if Msunduzi does a resubmission of the cost of supply and in the circumstances given the material errors they would have to, we would reserve the right to respond to that updated version of any cost of supply. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vanessa. Members of the panel, any questions, issues of clarity on the presentation that has been shared with us? By show of hand, please. Ms. Maseti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I guess all of these issues are quite similar to what we have raised previously. And I just want to thank Ms. Vanessa for the specific aspects that we need to look into in terms of that application. But the question, though, because we're in 2026, the question, though, is what's going to happen going forward? I'm not saying that obviously we still need to do the redetermination of the tariff itself, but then we are in 2026 and the municipality must have some cost to be able to provide the service. And also it's important, even when we apply the clawbacks later on to correct whatever we need to correct, that we don't do it, say 3-4 years down the line. So I think what I'm trying to say is that at some point it's important that we correct what is wrong, that we correct the situation and so forth, and time is of the essence here. So I would like to hear, what then happens if all of these things are still hanging in the balance. Thank you.
You may respond, Ms. Vanessa. I do not have any question or point of clarity on my side. Mr. Majolo, anything from your side? I don't think so. You may proceed and respond, ma'am.
Thank you. I think it's really important that we do sit down and come to some agreement on what is just and what is fair. We're simply asking that the cost of supply reflect the correct cost per customer category, and that we are billed accordingly. So, we're quite happy to engage with the cost of supply and come to an agreement on the way forward. We're not saying we don't want a way forward at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your presentation. I don't see any hand from the members. We'll then proceed to the next presenter, which is from Autocast, and it will be done by, the name I have is Mr. David Mertens. Mr. Mertens, if you're available, we're ready to proceed with you.
Yes, I am available. I'm here.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon, and apologies for starting late in taking your presentation. And as I've indicated at the start of the hearing that we'll have to administer the oath with everyone that is going to present. Do you have any objection in taking the oath?
No objections.
Okay. May I kindly request that you raise your right hand and affirm the following. That do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. May you kindly state your name, organization, and your designation in that organization?
I'm David Mertens. Today I represent Autocast South Africa, and I'm a consultant to Autocast South Africa.
Oh, thank you, sir. You may proceed with your presentation. We have 10 minutes for you to do that. Thank you.
Okay.
You may start.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to put up my presentation. I shared it with Dylan. Maybe you could do it from your side. I see it's not.
Leland, do you have the presentation?
Yeah, I should have.
Otherwise, you may also try from your side, Mr. Mertens, whilst I try to get a response from Ms. Jensen van Vuren. Lillian, can you assist us, please?
Yes, Chairperson, I'll fly from my side.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We can see your the presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. So thank you. Let's go to the third slide. And so I just want to talk a bit about Autocast South Africa. So we've been in operation since the 1950s. Our key competency is foundry for automotive, and we have unique capabilities in South Africa in the casting of cast iron and aluminium. We are, for certain components, the only suppliers with specific capabilities. We employ about 650 people. We have one site in Madibeng, and we have two sites in the Nelson Mandela Bay. And we depend on a competitive and reliable electricity supply because our electricity usage versus the total value add is significant. So we really need competitive and reliable electricity supply. We compete locally with competitors in other municipalities and ESCOM direct areas, and we also compete globally because we have to be competitive versus export. We operate behind municipal borders, which is very unfortunate for Autocast, and we are compromised and discriminated by the dysfunctionality of both municipalities we are operating in. And you can say that the municipalities are our worst suppliers from all the suppliers that we have. We haven't been sitting around and accepting the situation, and since 2013, Autocast has been actively protecting its interest in the electricity supply by engaging with NERSA, engaging with municipalities, with ESCOM, but also litigating. So then for the next slide, we talk a bit about Madibeng. I think Mr. Motong, the first presenter today, has already shown and demonstrated that the situation in Madibeng is pretty desperate. And I think his presentation actually highlighted all the concerns we have in Madibeng rather than any solutions that were provided by Mr. Motong. So it's a dysfunctional municipality with a history of financial failure and administration, and this has been going on now for over 15 years. The municipality fails to pay Eskom and is part of Treasury's debt relief program, and it also fails to comply as far as we understand from the information that was provided, failing to comply to the Treasury debt relief program. Energy losses are close to 50%. So, you know, from every 100 kilowatt hour they buy, the municipality buys from Eskom, only 50% gets sold officially, and then there's obviously still bad debt. And you can, from the last financials for 2024-25, the bulk cost exceeded the electricity revenue by 40%. Then it all comes with a lot of breaches, various breaches in the license conditions, specifically in the financial and the technical distribution license conditions. The municipality and also actually NERSA has been unable to determine lawful electricity tariffs for its users, and that has been confirmed by 2024 and 2026 court outcomes, of which obviously the 24-25 tariff decision was a point in case. Actually, you can also see from what Mr. Motong has presented that there's no actual credible improvement plans in place, which would be backed up by a budget and an IDP, credible IDP approved by council. So there's no hope for the electricity distribution to become sustainable. So industrial users are compromised in Madibeng. It's a relatively small industrial area, but we still have some key industrial players. We have some of the highest tariffs in the country, including outdated tariff systems. We still have no time of use tariff, believe it or not. I think that is like now has been unlawful for well over 10 years. And obviously, Eskom default as we are in, equally so with the previous, the other two municipalities we have been discussing today. So Eskom default can lead to supply issues. We have no access to wheeling, so we are really being discriminated by having to operate in Madibeng municipality. Mr. Motong also brought up that obviously they have to serve everybody, and that, you know, there's a socio-economic context, but we believe that the dysfunctionality of the municipality also compromises that, and you can see that there's virtually no free basic electricity which is being distributed in Madibeng, so it's virtually non-existent. So it's also compromising the socio-economic circumstances. We can go to the next slide. So really, why our question to NERSA is, why is a municipality such as Madibeng still allowed to distribute electricity, specifically given that the situation has been going on for 15 years and that it's not improving at all? Why does NERSA allow for this catastrophe to continue? Why is the legal framework being disrespected? And by saying so, I'm saying this because every challenge, all the tariff challenges have shown that the legal framework has been disrespected. And why is the industry being burdened to enforce the regulator to do its job? And I think also in many of the questions that have been asked by NERSA, NERSA takes a position as an observer, but NERSA is the regulator, and the regulator has to make sure they make decisions based on the legal framework. And it's not only about other people pointing out that the legal framework is being violated. If we can go to the next slide. So why are we here today? The only reason why we are here today is that various organs of state are actually not acting in line with the framework and with the constitutional obligations that they have been given. So we have dysfunctional municipalities. They are unwilling and unable to improve. NERSA then fails to act in line with its constitutional duties in relation to failing licensees, and they just let the rot go on and let it happen year after year. And NERSA's admitted failures to ensure electricity tariffs comply with the regulation. And I say admitted failures because you will be well aware that for the 2024-2025 tariff determination, which have been challenged, that NERSA decided not to oppose the actual tariff determinations, and that they agreed with the fact that they were unlawful. Furthermore, we have Treasury's failure to enforce meaningful actions in relation to defaulting municipalities, and it's clear from what is currently happening that Treasury's debt relief program encourages continued municipal failure. On the next slide, I will be talking about the specific 2024-25 reapplication for Madibeng. It's actually a shocking failure. It's almost like an insult for us to see such an application which is based on absolutely nothing. You know, in the previous two municipalities, we have seen that there were material errors, specifically in Ekurhuleni, but also in Msunduzi. Here, I can't even see whether there's an error because we don't have the information. We don't have actually any valuable information. The cost of supply study is not available. There's a cost of supply document with alleged inputs, alleged outcomes, and it's riddled with errors and unverifiable information. There's clearly no credible ring-fenced financial information accompanying the application. And in the document itself, the author admits that the licensee might struggle to keep proper accounting and property records. So there's no asset base that was discussed for the previous municipalities. There's no verifiable revenue requirement or business as usual revenue as part of this application. And there's no information to fulfill requirements for NERSA's cost of supply framework. Actually, if you take NERSA's cost of supply framework, which I have done in our written submission, and you list all the items which are required by the cost of supply framework, Madibeng manages to almost not be able to comply with one of these requirements. And that will be equally so if you compare this application to the EPP. And then clearly, I already pointed out that there would be no compliance to the ERA section 15. So in the cost of supply document, which was supplied, and you might see the same graph, which was also presented for Msunduzi. Per the outcome of the alleged cost of supply study, industrial users will be overpaying by 140% after the proposed increases are implemented. So that is the information presented, although there's very little background to that, but that is what the municipality presents. Nevertheless, there's still quite a big increase for the industrial users. And so this is really completely unacceptable. It's a violation of EPP position number 2. There's no cross-subsidization defined, but it's clear that if you look at 140%, that there's absolutely no way that you could justify a tariff based on such an over-recovery. There's further no recovery for street lights. It's fundamental under recovery from domestic tariffs. But the other thing that I wanted to say is, given that Madibeng has electricity losses close to 50%, how can you really, in such an environment, determine an efficient tariff? Because a lot of the electricity gets taken or stolen, or it's meter tampering, or whatever the issue is. But you lose almost as much electricity as you sell. You're not selling that electricity, you have no recovery. So your cost per unit will go up. And there's nothing in the cost of supply framework that actually takes that into account. So our conclusion regarding Madibeng and the way forward. So the reapplication cannot form the base for a lawful tariff determination. And I think given the discussions we had through this day, that will be very clear. Madibeng's electricity distribution is financially unsustainable, and a major burden to the productive economy, to companies such as ourselves and the other industries operating in Madibeng. It's also a major burden to Eskom, as we are all aware, as defaulting municipalities are a major burden to Eskom and the whole country as a result. And it's also a major burden to socio-economic development in this country, as the municipality is not able to properly serve these kind of customers. So what we really recommend is that finally NERSA must act on Madibeng's non-compliance to license conditions and ensures Madibeng distribution function operates under a DAA with Eskom, and that we move into that direction sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I see the chairperson has not unmuted herself. Okay, chairperson, please go ahead.
Thanks, Ms. Massetti, for assisting. Thank you, Mr. Mertens. And may I then request the panel members to raise any questions that they may have for Mr. Mertens. Please do get a pen and paper to note down the questions. If there's any question that's not clear, please ask the panel member to repeat it. Members, questions, issues of clarity? Yes, Ms. Massetti, you may come in.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to Mr. Mertens for the presentation. I think the issues are quite similar here in terms of the concerns, but I just want to get clarification on the issue of the cost of supply, where you indicated that there is no cost of supply study that was submitted by Madibeng, but you're saying that there was some cost of supply document in inverted commas. Can you clarify what exactly do you mean by that with this cost of supply document? And to what extent that document then did it not meet the requirements? I mean, I've seen some of the information. You don't need to repeat it, but to the extent that you are trying to draw a distinction between the cost of supply study, as you understand it, and the cost of supply document. I just wanted to clarify there. What is the difference between those two, and what is the key issue that you really want to put an emphasis on from a perspective of non-compliance, and the point you want to make? That's the first one. And then the second thing that I just wanted to clarify is on the issue of the overcharge of about 140%. How did you come to that figure? Especially because you are also arguing that the cost the cost of supply study is not accurate. It's got input that is not accurate, and it does not reflect cost pertaining to the regulatory asset base and so forth. So this overcharge of about 140%, how did it come about? How did you calculate that for you to say that industrial customers are overpaying by 140%? Those are the two questions that I have from my side. Thank you. Around the issues of lack of compliance or not complying and so forth, I think those can be dealt with through the licensing and enforcement, but we take note of them. We're not underestimating them. From our side, we would not know all of those aspects, as we are only given documents that we need to consider, but the team at NERSA will follow up on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Massetti. Mr. Mkhize, his hand is up. You may come in, sir.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks to the presenter. I would just like to get clarity regarding pre-application engagement. Were these issues not raised with Madibeng prior to the lodgement, of the application, the redetermination application, noting that that dates back to some time for these issues to have been ventilated there. Just want to get clarity, because I think even moving forward, that kind of an engagement is essential in terms of streamlining the application process and ensuring that we're able to deal with matters in a more effective and efficient way. That's all from my side. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I think my point that I was going to raise has been covered by Ms. Masetti. It was relating to the 140% overpayment by industrial customers. I just wanted to indicate to Mr. Mertens that I think he had indicated that they've submitted their comments to Madibeng, and I trust that they have provided the facts and evidence on their calculation of this 140% overpayment by industrial customers. Over to you, sir. You may respond to the
thank you.
questions.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Thanks for the questions. So first of all, around the credibility of the cost of supply study. So I just want to go back to the previous presenters and the fact that we, or obviously the members who presented, have found significant errors in the Ekurhuleni cost of supply study. An error actually which amounts to more than 7 billion rand. So these errors were discovered on the basis of a cost of supply document in Excel form, which was provided with the public participation as a document to respond to. So it really required that kind of document. So for Madibeng, we only received a Word document, which refers to a cost of supply, and then obviously in that Word document, it contains certain outcomes and statements that are allegedly coming out of the cost of supply, but we did not have a Excel document to really trace where the information comes from. And it obviously starts with the financial information. It's clear that there's no audited financial information. We cannot even see the basis of the financial information. We can only trace actually what is being audited for Madibeng, as also Madibeng publishes their audited statements on their website, but there's very or hardly any information relating to the electricity distribution. So first of all, it's clear it's not based on audited information. We cannot trace any of the information for which we see an outcome. There's not even a listed revenue requirement. I think the two previous presenters show the revenue requirement and the buildup of the revenue requirement. That is not even available in this application. There's also no visible calculation of business as usual revenue. So there's really nothing to look at. Then what we do see in that document, and actually the 140%, it's not my 140%, it's actually the 140%, which is, and that graph which I showed in my presentation is actually a document or a graph which I covered from that cost of supply document, which was provided by Madibeng, and it actually says industry is overcharged by 140%. So it's not really up to me to ask me where it comes from. It's information that was submitted by Madibeng. Actually, it's information that you as NERSA should have reviewed. You should have been critical about if there's a reason to be critical about it. But what is very clear is that the industry is tremendously overcharged. We have some of the highest tariffs in the country, but that is not sufficient for this municipality to even keep heads above water.
Thank you. Any follow-up, members? I think from my side, Mr. Mertens, will I be correct to assume that some of your calculations may not have been based on facts, since you are saying that there were no supporting documentation to use, such as the Excel document, and some information was missing. So will I be correct to make that assumption that your calculations may not be entirely correct, since they are not based on facts? One of the facts is that you need to get information from the municipality to be able to do your calculations. And I think the other question that was raised by one of the members, which I think he did not respond to, was that did you engage the municipality on all the issues that you are raising or have raised as part of your comments? Mr. Mkhize, you may come.
No, Chairperson, I think you've covered me, because it's one thing to talk about submitting comments. It's another to engage, and the understanding and the anticipation is that at a municipal level, there would be that kind of interaction and engagement with the key role players in that municipality prior to lodgement. So I just want to know, I wanted to know whether that process has been followed, or it's just a submission of comments that has taken place now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mkhize. Over to you, Mr. Mertens.
Yeah, so my first response regarding the calculations, I did not make any calculations. I already explained that the numbers I showed, and that 140% is a number which was an outcome of, which was somewhere there in that cost of supply document that Madibeng published. So I indeed cannot make calculations regarding electricity tariffs if there's no base information, there's no cost of supply, there's absolutely no financial information. So I do not think anybody can make calculations, nor can you, and that is why we say that you are not in a position to determine tariffs or redetermine tariffs for 2024 for Madibeng based on the information that has been provided to you and to us. Then regarding the engagement with the municipality and the public participation, I already reminded you that we have been in let's say disputes regarding electricity tariffs in Madibeng since 2013. Over all these years, we have engaged and made attempts to engage many times. I can also repeat that for the 2026-27 tariff determination process, there has been actually no meaningful public participation, which was initiated by the municipality as a company, and before, together with other companies as the Brits Industrial Association, we always try to engage with the municipality. We are always open to engagement, and obviously things need to come from both sides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any follow-ups? If not, let me thank Mr. Mertens for his presentation. Thank you very much, sir. And we will then proceed to the next presenter. And the next presenter is Mr. Tsepo Masemola. He will be making a presentation on behalf of the Spruit View community. Over to you, Mr. Masemola.
Good day, Chairperson. Good day, everyone.
Good day. May you kindly switch on your camera?
Okay.
Thank you. I can see you now. And before you proceed with your presentation, Tate Masemola, I have indicated at the beginning that we'll ask all our presenters to take an oath before they start with their presentation. Do you have any objection in taking up the oath?
No, I don't.
Okay, on that note, may I kindly request that you raise your right hand and affirm the following. That do you solemnly declare that the evidence you are going to give to this panel is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, I do. And
for the record, may you state your name, organization, and your designation in that organization?
My name is Tsapo Masemola. I represent the leadership of Spraidview.
Okay. So your position is what?
One of the members of leadership.
Okay, representative of the leadership of Spraidview community. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you. You may fly to your presentation if you have one. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, just a second.
Thank you. We can see it.
Okay, just a second. Just a second.
Okay.
Just get it ready. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, just a moment.
Maybe we can also try and assist you. I don't know if your presentation was sent to our secretary for this.
Okay, I got it now.
You got it. Okay.
There we go. Are you able to see it on your side?
Yes, I can see it, and I assume my panel members can see it too. If you can put it in a presentation mode, we will appreciate that. Thank you, good.
Okay. Do you want it in a PowerPoint, or because currently it's in PDF? Is this okay with you?
It's fine. Let me just check with my members if they're fine with it, if they can see it in full. Members, are you fine with the manner in which the presentation is coming up? Okay. In the interest of time, Dr. Masemula, you may proceed. And if there are slides that the panel members cannot see, we'll let you know. Over to you, Put.
Okay. Looks like my computer is letting me down now.
Okay. Proceed. We can see it. Proceed. Thanks.
Yeah, but just a sec. Just a sec. Sorry. Right, there we go. All right. Thank you for your invitation. As I've said earlier, that we're representing the Spraidview community, as we are interested in the come on now. As an interested and affected party in this presentation, in today's presentation. The purpose of our attendance is to observe the basic, Spraidview is in Ward 107, which is in the Ekurhuleni municipality. So the purpose of our attendance is to observe the Ekurhuleni submission and seek critical clarity for the Spruitview residents. Spruitview overview. Spruitview is a community of plus minus 2,000 households situated in the heart of Gauteng, surrounded by Vosloorus and Katlehong. This includes an informal settlement of about 500 households integrated within the geographical footprint. Infrastructure reality. The community relies on shared electricity feeders that service both formal and informal areas. This shared connection creates unique technical and economic challenges for paying residents. The socioeconomic survey findings. A recent survey of 374 households reveals a community under severe financial strain. There is a high concentration of pensioners, child-headed and vulnerable households, reliance on social grants and informal income, and there is 63% unemployment rate. Issue number 1, tariff classification, urban versus homelight. Currently classified as urban homelight consumption, which fails to reflect actual low-income patterns. This misclassification imposes an unfair financial burden on families already struggling to survive. Our request, re-evaluation for homelight low consumption classification based on social impact study. Number 2, smart meter rollout. Lack of meaningful engagement. What qualifies as meaningful engagement in this process? At what specific stages can the public provide comment? Lack of clear timelines for public participation and implementation. Transparency concerns regarding the current rollout strategy. Issue number 3, feeder dispute. Infrastructure inequality. Formal households share feeders with informal settlements, non-paying homelight. Paying residents are unfairly affected by infrastructure, strain, and losses. Despite a ministerial directive, Eskom has failed to respond to the community's concerns regarding this unfair distribution model. Issue number 4, pilot project proposals. Area pilot. Implement a pilot project before full rollout to assess affordability per area based on LSM data. Vulnerable support. Specific focus on indigent households and child-headed homes to prevent energy poverty. Pensioner relief. Ensure that the tariff structure accounts for the limited income of our elderly residents. Issue number 5, street lighting costs.
Mr. Masemula, I think we can't hear you now. And
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. And
right.
We are on the slide titled Issue 5. You may proceed from there.
All right. Municipal inefficiency. Street lights are frequently operating during daytime, leading to wasteful electricity consumption. The municipality pays Eskom for this usage, which ultimately impacts the rates and tariffs for residents. Impact. Residents are subsidizing municipal waste while struggling with their own bills. Community impact analysis. Unemployment accounts for 63%, grant reliance 78%, informal income 45%, vulnerable households 35%. survey data, high risk of energy poverty and increased illegal connections due to tariff misclassification. Eskom has failed to engage the community or respond to meeting requests, ignoring the ministerial directive for transparent accountability. Conclusions and expectations, fairness and clarity, fair tariff classification, home light, low consumption, transparent and meaningful engagement processes, urgent resolution of the shared feeder disputes, protection measures for vulnerable residents. Thank you for your attention. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Just one point of clarity before I allow the panel members to raise their questions. You keep making reference to Eskom, and I'm not sure if your presentation is directed at Eskom or to the city of Ekurhuleni. If you can clarify that.
So basically, there is a current dispute between the residents, Eskom, and the municipality. The points that have been raised with Eskom and the municipality have not been addressed.
Okay.
So we also as far as that is concerned,
So basically, your points are covering both Eskom and the city of Ekurhuleni.
And the municipality.
Thank you
and
very
the
much.
tariff and the tariff classification of our area. Now, our area is classified to pay higher tariffs, yet the residents of our area are sponsoring informal settlements who are not paying.
Okay.
So how does NERSA how does it come to classify us as a high-paying area? Yet our feeders also feed to non-paying areas like informal settlements.
Okay, noted. And maybe let me at this point allow the panel members to raise questions or issues of clarity that they may have on your presentation. Please do get a pen and paper to note down the questions from them. Members, any questions or issues of clarity based on the presentation by Mr. Masamula on behalf of the Spread View community? Please do raise your hand if you have any of those. Are you fine, Mr. Mkize and Ms. Maseti? Don't see a hand from you. And for me, there's one point of clarity, Mr. Masemula, is whether do you encourage, I know you have noted a number of issues, but one that I just want to get clarity on is in relation to the child-headed homes and pensioners. And the question is, do you encourage those members of your community to register as indigent customers with the city such that they do get the 50 kilowatt hour FPE? Over to you.
Currently, because of yes, we do encourage people to do that. However, with the dispute that we currently have with Eskom and the municipality, we are unable to move forward with this because none of them are willing to give us an audience.
Okay, noted. Members, I don't see any other hand from the members. Thank you very much for your presentation, and Dr. Masemula.
Thank you.
And that was the last presentation we had in terms of this public hearing. But before we move on to closure, I just want to check with Ms. Jansen van Vuren if there are any questions that were sent via email, if you can confirm that for me.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, there was no other questions sent to the panel.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I would also like to give the presenters of the licensees that have presented today an opportunity to reply to just key issues that were raised in relation to their presentations. And I do know that we did not have a representative from Msunduzi local municipality, but we did have representatives from the city of Ekurhuleni and as well as from Madibeng. May I start with the city of Ekurhuleni to just reply to key issues that have been raised in terms of the objections made on their application. I don't know if Mr. What's his name? Mr. Brando is still with us. Oh, yes, he is. Do you want to respond to some of the issues raised, key issues raised by the objectors in terms of your application? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm going to take it from the last one going forward. The Spade View presentation by Mr. Masemola. It's clear from the presentation that it is an Eskom-based query, especially when it talks to urban versus home light. And I agree with you, ma'am, is that especially with such households, the Ekurhuleni has got deemed indigents and approved indigents, of which most of these customers will most probably fall under deemed indigent. So don't have to go through a process. So what we suggest is that we come in contact with Mr. Masemola and engage with him further on what are the key matters, because it sounds like that Eskom is not providing they've classified some of them as urban and some of them as home light, and just to maybe try to mediate in this manner. So that's that on that one, if I can put it together, because it might be that it's a finance related matter as well, not just the electricity matter, but something on other services as well. Ma'am, then I'd just like to go over to Advocate Eshen Cohen impact submission. Just in short, all documents has been provided to NERSA during the process of submitting, resubmitting, etc. and so on. So the annual financial statements, the asset-based register, the NASA D forms has been confirmed by NASA that it's there. Also, any other documents that has been highlighted that it's not available, it has been provided, so we can give you 100% assurance that all documents are with NASA. And then just in summary, everything that Advocate Cohen has mentioned, each submission that is done today or during the presentation has been duly responded to each and every question and each and every paragraph. And it is with the NERSA's City of Ekurhuleni's liaison officer been sent back. So what we did is we followed protocol, because the submission was, the public hearing was, or public consultation process has been run by NERSA. NERSA collected the comments and it has been sent to the licensee. Licensee then responded back to NERSA. So all of those, we can give you 100% assurance they've all been submitted back, and it has been acknowledged also by NERSA that it is in the possession of NERSA. Just the follow-up quickly one that we would like to know is that there was a acknowledgement that based on the corrected and revised cost of supply study report together with the tool that has been now uploaded onto NERSA's website. Just a time frame in terms of the comments, comment submission from from stakeholders, also coming back to the city and cities back to NERSA again, just following the protocol. But yeah, so I think that is the summary of all of the questions. So, and I think there is evidence based on most of the questions that has been requested and has been highlighted. Then if I just go quickly through, apologies, I just want to just to check here quickly. So that was ourselves. Then in terms of Mr. Jardine, I think most of the questions has been answered already with what I've just presented now to the impact submission as well. Same applies there. All information has been duly provided to NERSA. And also most of the concerns that has been raised there has most probably been corrected in the corrected cost of supply. Madam Chair, that is my summary of the three presentations and the comments that that has been presented today. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. But I think maybe just for clarity, so that we are on the same page, the public participation process, my understanding is that municipality has got its own public participation process, and NERSA has got its own. And I think the question that was raised on behalf by Advocate Coyd on behalf of his client is that the client submitted to you their comments, and those comments have not been responded to. And I hear you in your response, you are saying the response were given to NERSA. So that point, maybe you need to clarify it in your written submission as to how it has been handled, because you cannot deem NERSA's process as the city's process, because they are two separate processes. Members, any issues of clarity on that? On any point on the responses raised by
sorry, Chair, may I say something regarding Francis' input?
No, I think if you do, may I request that you submit your written submission in 7 days, because we were now giving the presenters an opportunity to reply to questions that you have, or rather the presentation that you have made and questions that were coming out of your presentations.
No problem.
You have 7 days to just give us your additional written submission to be considered. And then do we have, members, anything else to clarify with Mr. Browning? I don't see any hands. Then we'll proceed to Madibeng. Mr. Mutau, if you want to respond, just reply to just key issues before we move to closure. Don't know if they're still here.
No, I'm still here, Chairperson. No,
Okay.
I do not have any comments for now.
Sorry, you are saying there's someone talking with you there? You do not have anything to respond to?
I was saying, no, we do not have any comments for now, but we are open to engagement with the stakeholder if there's anything that they want to discuss or clarify with us from AutoCast.
Okay. Please be mindful of the tight timelines that we need to finalize all the applications. So please do engage with the your customer before we finalize all the applications. And I think on that note, we have come to the end of the public hearing. May I thank all those who have joined us, our presenters who have presented, the panel members, NERSA personnel, and all our observers. And I would also like to indicate that NERSA is still to consider tariff applications, including the redetermination of the tariff applications that were part of this public hearing. And the dates on the consideration of the tariff application will be advertised for interested and affected parties to observe the NERSA proceedings which will be concluded by the 30th of June 2026. On that note, let me thank everyone for their time and sincere apologies for running over time. I just wanted to ensure that the process is fair and that everyone else is heard without really rushing them. On that note, thanks very much to everyone once more, and have a blessed day onwards. And the hearing is closed now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bye-bye.